there for 4 or 5 years, Tom.
I
only went to about 4 or 5 Thanksgivings with you.
Yeah, and Al from New Jersey made you work 4 or 5 Thanksgivings as well. Let's get to Patrick Armstrong, Plurimi Wealth Management here on the equity markets. Patrick, how have you changed your portfolios as we move to Dow 29,000?
We have been quite active this month, actually, probably repositioning. Last time I was on with you, I was talking about our preference for large cap quality and growth companies. And following Pfizer's first announcement on the vaccine and then Moderna and AstraZeneca, the market's really pricing in now the recovery that's going to be lasting. In 2021, I suppose Thanksgiving week all the time is when everyone gets their next year outlooks out. And it's difficult to see how we don't have a strong second half of 2021. And with the growth that you get there, the cyclical rally is what's starting to be priced in. And we've been repositioning our portfolio, basically getting into some of these more value and cyclical companies. So we still have a lot of our large cap growth companies, but we've really removed the bias we were underweight cyclicals coming into this month, and we've neutralized that over the last couple of weeks.
Patrick, where does gold fit into all of this?
Gold, basically November's been a month of everything that's been great is being funded. You sell those things to buy things that have been terrible. And gold we still own. We came into the month with a 6% weight. We've actually cut that in half to 3% in our multi-asset portfolios now. And the outlook for gold was based on a blue sweep where there would be massive amount of debts, huge deficits, and the need to monetize that debt in the future. And now with it's looking like a Republican-controlled Senate, that spending is not going to be as rampant as it would have been otherwise. And also the cyclical risks are starting to dissipate with the vaccine. So we still like gold. There's still a mountain of debt overhang that will be needing monetization, but probably not as extreme as we thought it might be a few weeks ago.
Patrick, has the strength in the bond market been incoherent with this bullish call on growth?
It's for growth, yeah. It's the cyclical currencies and bonds. If growth comes in as what the consensus view is at this point for next year, you have to see higher bond yields. You'll have to see strength in emerging market currencies and the European currencies versus the dollar. The weak dollar will be the backdrop there. But the thing with currencies and bonds is they're not just left to market forces. It's central banks are still the driver of these things, and there's no let-up from the Fed in purchasing bonds. And I don't know at what level they'll start to worry, but yield curve control will start to come in if the economy is not reaching its potential and bond yields get past 1.2%, I think. So it's not just market forces driving bond yields.
1.2% is the new pain threshold for this Federal Reserve and 10-year yields. Patrick, you've got a high-class problem. You bought credit in March with some really juicy yields. And I just wonder, Patrick, what do you do with that debt now? Do you just sit and hold it? Do you sell it? You were talking about funding, using the winners as a funding source to go and buy something elsewhere. What do you do with the credit you bought back in March?
Yeah, we haven't sold it yet, and we were buying bonds that were yielding 4.5%, 5.5% for investment-grade debt, and they're yielding 1.8% today. So it's not going to cover expected inflation over the medium term with corporate debt that you do have credit risk with. So valuation's definitely not compelling. And I think this is symptomatic of that thought process that I have to go through on this, and everyone has to go through on this, is you're not preserving your capital purchasing power if you're in corporate bonds, even at investment grade BBB levels anymore. So it pushes you up the risk spectrum, and I think that's really why we see the euphoria right now of chasing cyclical assets. Those are the only things that aren't trading at extreme all-time highs almost. So it's not necessarily a healthy dynamic, but it is a dynamic that central banks and monetary policy force investors to make those decisions.
I mean, Patrick, I got to admit it. John Farrell influences there with that important question. It's actually, folks, a really, really important question right now. What's your experience here? Does successful bond money price up, yield down? Is there a history where it rotates to stocks?
It's hard to basically assess exactly where it goes, but that's what's happening right now. Is You got yield in March by buying corporate bonds. You can get yield right now on some cyclical equities. The banks all of a sudden are going to start paying dividends again next year. So you aren't getting a yield. You're not getting a real return on corporate debt. If that's your objective, which many investors really put their capital at risk to grow purchasing power, you do have to take more risk to do that now.
Patrick, great to catch up. Patrick Armstrong there of Florimi Wealth. Thank you. Tom, that's the story, isn't it? And if we keep this sort of surface level, if you manage to get in there when credit was bottoming and you got high yield with an 11% yield, you've got some really quite nice income over the next 5 years. What do you do with that? You could cash in a massive capital return right now, or you could just sit on it. And that's the decision that people like Patrick have got to make. And I say it's a high-class decision because for the people who got it really right, they were the people that bought credit at the lows in March. It's what you do now, I think, is an interesting call. Yeah,
these are micro problems. And John, I thought your question, I bust your chops about it, was actually a really, really serious question. My experience on this, John, is getting out of a successful trade is really, really easy. It's what do you do when you're in cash? It's a 4-step process. It's not out of bonds into oil like what Lisa did with 2 oil drums in her living room. What was that, a year ago? She was brilliant on that. It's out of bonds into cash, sit in cash, and the then what? And it's the then what, John, that's just brutal.
And Lisa, we've talked so many times about the cash and money market funds right now. North of $5 trillion at one point, I think, earlier this year, and many people saying that we can chip away at that. That money needs to be deployed. Where are we now?
Yeah, well, and we still have that overhang. My question is, though, how much is going to go into stocks, how much is going to go into bonds, and how much is going to go into alternatives seeking some sort of yield? I don't know. I mean, honestly, people want their cash, especially without the certainty of a vaccine, John.
Well, I was going to say, how much of it just stays there, Tom? How much of it just stays allocated to cash?
Well, cash or near cash. Cash or near cash. Yeah, that's a fair question. But, a lot of it sits there. There's it's part of let's say you got a barbell on institutional money and you got your risk out 10 years, 20. Lisa's got 50-year paper. Fine, you need the cash on the other side to barbell it.
So, John, what are you going to buy with it as an influencer? What should people be using their cash on? Yeah, exactly.
I don't think I should be recommending trades for anyone out there on new makeup lines. I'm not sure anyone's going to want to go in that direction.
Skinny ties.
Maybe they will. Tom and I used to talk about the line outside Glossier downtown New York,
we did.
Tom.
I see you on the fashion list.
I'm not even sure that store's there anymore, which tells you that you should never listen to us.
Yeah, you're on the edge of Nicolette Mason. I can see it.
When we talk about it, it's probably the top in more ways than one. Coming up, Dr. Mercedes Carnathan, Northwestern University Department of Preventative Medicine Vice Chair. That conversation just around the corner. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishka Gupta. President-elect Biden reportedly will name Michelle Flournoy to be Secretary of Defense. NBC News says the announcement could come today. Flournoy was Undersecretary of Defense during the Obama administration. She would be the first woman to run the Pentagon. Meanwhile, former Fed Chair Janet Yellen would be the first woman to be the Treasury Secretary if she's confirmed. Yellen has pushed for additional fiscal spending to help the economy get through the pandemic. She's likely to win support from both Wall Street and Democratic Party progressives. And President Trump is finally calling on his agencies to cooperate in the formal transition process with Joe Biden. That follows weeks of inaction. The General Services Administration made it official with its acknowledgement that Biden was the apparent winner of the election. Still, President Trump says he'll contest the outcome of the vote. And British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has confirmed that England's national lockdown will end next week. It will be replaced by a tougher system of regional restrictions designed to last until spring. Rules may be relaxed in time for Christmas. Johnson says that if all goes well, the vast majority of people who need a coronavirus vaccine will get one by April. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishka Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
We have some good news in terms of vaccines and a chance to overcome the health crisis, but we are not there yet.
We need the fiscal stimulus, and we need it relatively quickly, because I can see where the second wave's coming. You can see consumer spending beginning to get impacted again.
What we need surveillance to be stronger. We need public health measures, because you have nowhere at the beginning. This is your best weapon, and you need to use it well.
The good news is that both the vaccines and the therapeutics, in particular the antibodies, are coming along and will start to bring that number way down.
We don't just need more investment in public health. We must also rethink how we value health.
I do believe a targeted fiscal stimulus is going to be in order to really begin a more equalized economy.
Valuations, particularly, sort of technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
Irrespective of the dosing, if you get vaccinated, it's clear that the vaccine is safe and has an effectiveness of 100%, irrespective of the dosing. So that's incredibly important to remember. And of course, we will have that discussion with the FDA as well.
That was Ruud Dobber there, the AstraZeneca Biopharmaceuticals Business Unit President, speaking to Bloomberg in the last 24 hours from London and New York this morning. Good morning. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Here's the Tuesday morning price action. We add to the gains of Monday. Every single Monday so far seems to be a vaccine-related story.
Tuesday,
and the
Jack.
good news is the story's positive. I'm saying that was Monday. This is Tuesday.
Okay.
This is the Tuesday
Look at the
morning
market
price action.
today.
We add some weight to Monday's gains. Thank you. Up 30.
The news
we
you need to know.
0.8%. Can't believe this marriage has lasted as long as it has done.
It's been
33600 on the S&P 500. We should run a book. Euro dollar 118.67, up 0.2%. Who do they move off the show first, Tom or me?
Oh,
There's one for you.
You
Euro
have
commodity
influence
market,
there.
crude higher.
I mean, he's going to leave me for some influencer
Can I
out
just-
on Instagram.
Tom,
on
the
fashion.
greatest hits this week. You've got Kick the Ball Hard, and it's Tuesday. It's not Monday. It's Tuesday.
We
Carry
welcome
on.
you to our simulcast here on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. Really interesting day. I thought it'd be a little sleepier, and I'm wrong. Futures up 30. The VIX now under 22. That's a big deal, 21.97 on the VIX. We've been looking at the pandemic, and we look at it now under the gauze of Thanksgiving and travel. Yesterday, I believe, the biggest day for TSA since March. Mercedes Carnathon joins us at Northwestern and has wonderful academics and actual data of what we do. Let's call it medical epidemiology. We're thrilled she could join us this morning. Mercedes, would you fly this week?
You know, I have to say, I was very tempted to wish that I could be somewhere a little warmer than Chicago right now, but I think that it's really not safe. And what concerns me are the crowds and the number of people at the airport and what I would be bringing from Illinois, which currently is a high-burden state for coronavirus, to my loved ones in other cities. And I'm not willing to take that chance personally.
Mercedes, could we have had Thanksgiving with our families if there had been better testing, if it had been more available and faster to return?
You know, I think testing is a huge part of it because it does tell us who is infected. But if only those individuals with symptoms or direct exposure present themselves for testing, we still don't know what's going on with asymptomatic transmission. And that's really the wild card here. So testing wasn't going to do the trick on its own. That needed to be combined with everyone adhering with the recommendations to stay 6 feet apart, socially distance, wash hands, so that we could just drive down transmission to a level where we can get around and see one another.
Mercedes, the hope has come all the way off the back of the vaccine news of the last month. And I just wonder, Professor, from your standpoint, how quickly things can normalize and the vaccinations can ramp up to the extent we need it to pull back on these restrictions. Do you have a time frame in mind at all?
Well, right now, I feel very hopeful. And a clinical colleague said to me, you know, hope is on the horizon. We see that medical professionals and other essential personnel will start getting vaccinated in December and the first quarter of next year, starting then following with other vulnerable populations. So there is what we hope to be an end in sight. However, without the general public adhering to the behaviors to reduce transmission, this virus is going to scorch the town on its way out the door.
Mercedes, on the pandemic and the hope of the vaccine, I love the idea I've seen in articles over the last 24 hours from distribution to arm. Explain that to us. How hard is it? It's like the cable TV last mile thing. How hard is it to get the vaccination to my sore left arm?
You know, there are a number of steps that have to happen in order for it to reach individuals, starting with the capacity for the vaccines to be stored safely. As you know, 2 of those vaccines require ultra-cold freezers that are typically only in major urban centers, academic medical centers. So that's one piece of it. The vaccine has to get to a given region. Once it gets to that region, appointments need to be scheduled, eligibility for it, particularly as we have a phased rollout, has to be verified. There are multiple steps, and then we can't forget the steps on the end of the individual. Are they willing to receive the vaccine? And I think that's actually where we're going to have the biggest challenge. The data I saw last night said that 58% of Americans were willing right now to take a vaccine, and there was even concern about the vaccine coming from medical professionals who we would like to vaccinate first. So we can have it, but will they come is the also big missing piece.
And perhaps it might not come from the public health professionals, but as John was mentioning earlier, perhaps it'll come from the corporations, right? Maybe airlines that say you need to have a passport, a vaccine passport to get on. Tom Keene was suggesting a tattoo on your forehead. What will the verification be like in terms of making sure you can disclose that you have been vaccinated to get yourself back into a public forum?
You know, I'm not sure that that is ever going to be legal in this country. I know that there are requirements for vaccinations for school enrollment, for example, but there are waivers to that for personal and religious reasons. I'm not sure that we're going to be able to overcome the, you know, American feeling of I can be responsible for myself in order to require vaccination in any setting.
Well, Professor, let's finish there. Final question from me. The lesson from this pandemic, let's hope we never go through this again. But Western democracies, not just the United States and the UK, have really grappled with the idea of balancing restrictions with civil liberties. What's the lesson for Western democracies through this pandemic?
Well, you know, I think the lessons are that we really need to promote collective action. You know, it's because of this individualism, this, you know, you can't tell me what to do. The government can't step in and regulate my behavior. You know, you're not going to see in Western democracies drones flying overhead telling people to go back indoors in order to adhere. That's not likely to happen. But what really does need to happen is that we use this as an example of how badly things can go when all we think about is my liberties and me, and not our neighbor and our collective society. We have, in effect, prolonged the damage from this pandemic by this slipshod approach to managing it. And I hope that we can use this as a lesson going forward because there will be more infectious diseases that come.
Professor, appreciate your time. Always enjoy catching up with you and getting your perspective. Mercedes Carnathan there, Northwestern University professor. I think that's the challenge, Tom, as we work our way out of this. What are the lessons and what do we do next time? And let's hope there isn't a next time. But on the issue of civil liberties, and I think the fear is a valid one, that when you give up civil liberties, civil independence and all of those things, Tom, that they chip away and they erode, and that maybe if you give them up, you don't get them back in quite the same way.
With the pandemic, it's going to be interesting. There's two ideas there, John. The first one is everybody's talking about COVID this, COVID that. We've had 3 or 4 COVID events. Do we get to a pan-COVID vaccine out there somewhere? And on the civil liberties, it's simple. There's going to be a lot of vaccine pressure.
Coming up on this program, Frederick Mishkin, former Federal Reserve Board Governor, as Chair Yellen lines up to become Secretary Yellen. This is Bloomberg.
Well, the main instruments on board include a dual frequency radar altimeter. And this is the primary instrument of the mission, and that's the one that's measuring sea surface height, significant wave height, and wind speed over the ocean. And from those measurements we can actually have the superb measurements that we expect of sea level rise, but also the waves, the significant wave height, which is the top 1/3 of the waves if you were to look at them in time.
Sea level rise is accelerating, and it is not geographically uniform. In some regions, the rate of rise is 2 to 3 times faster than the global mean. This means that in this region, the elevation since the beginning of the 90s is now nearly 30 centimeters, which is not negligible.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
From London and New York, this is Bloomberg Surveillance. From London and New York, here's the price action of the morning so far. Equities advancing. If you've got that cyclical trade on, that rotation, you'll like the look of this market this morning. Outperformance on the small caps, up 1.4% on the Russell. The Nasdaq is where the underperformance is. Once again, we advanced just a third of 1%. Switch up the board in the bond market, limited move higher in yields, just a little bit higher on a 10-year by about a basis point or two, on a 30-year by about 3 basis points. The curve just a little bit steeper. But here's the picture I want to take you to just briefly. If you are bullish on the outlook for growth in 2021, this is where you want to see things move. In the FX market and in the commodity market. Switch up the board just one more time. And we'll start with the Aussie dollar, which is where the outperformance is, along with the Kiwi in the FX market in G10 today, but also in crude, in copper. Copper at a June 2018 high. Crude WTI, a post-pandemic shock high at 43.51, up a little more than 1%. And the likes of Goldman Sachs, Tom, think we've got more to go here, from 43 maybe out to 65 by year-end 2021.
Moving gold with a really difficult chart, 1809 the ounce. Of gold bugs in massive retreat here. The pro-gold people, I should say, as well. Almost a 2% move on gold. Right now, what we've tried to do is people our conversations from yesterday afternoon with not only people that know Janet Yellen, have worked with Janet Yellen, but understand the theories and bringing the theories over to policy. No one has done the movement of theory over to policy like Frederick Mishkin of Columbia University. His textbooks are definitive on this, and I might point out, hugely accessible. He is a former governor of the Federal Reserve System. Rick Mishkin, I want to go to chapter 16 of one of your books. I think it's the 47th edition. I can't remember, where it's simple. You talk about fiscal policy and government budget. How far removed will that be for Chair Yellen from the everyday of the Federal Reserve?
Well, the Federal Reserve is not supposed to focus on the budget directly because that's not in their remit. But clearly, it's very important in terms of the ability for monetary policy to do its job, and also particularly in the environment we're in now, where interest rates are near zero and monetary policy is less effective as a result. Fiscal policy really comes to the forefront. Janet understands this very, very well. That she's said the right things, which are as follows, which is that there really is a need for fiscal expansion right now. There's also, very importantly, a need for cooperation between the Federal Reserve and the Treasury. You couldn't get it better than Janet interacting with Jay Powell, so that's very good. But also, very importantly, which unfortunately our politicians are not doing enough, Janet has emphasized that although right now we need very expansionary fiscal policy, we have to worry about the long-run budget balance. And that's something that really neither the Republicans or the Democrats have done. But Janet gets it, and she's really a terrific person for this job. I couldn't think of a better choice for this position right now.
Professor Mishkin, we've gone from Jacob Lew, who I'm going to call a grizzled political wonk out of Massachusetts, to Mr. Mnuchin, who I'm going to call a Wall Street Hollywood type, with Mr. Trump. And now we go to a hardcore academic, something you'd be familiar with. Are we de-Wall Streeting the job? Are we moving Treasury away from Wall Street?
In this case, I think that's true, but I think the real issue is getting somebody who's competent. It's perfectly reasonable to have a Wall Street person in Treasury if they're really good at understanding policy. That's not always the case, but one of the things that's key about Janet, she's not just an academic. This is somebody who's been involved in policy work for a very, very long time. Yes, she was an academic for quite a while. I met Janet when she was an assistant professor at Harvard well over 40 years ago. We became friends then. So Janet has been in the trenches in almost all the key policy jobs, that she was a governor of the Federal Reserve, that she was also then a president of the Federal Reserve Bank in San Francisco, which is when I interacted with her quite a bit because I was a governor at the time, and we used to meet periodically. Actually, before every FOMC meeting, we'd always have a meeting, either at lunch or dinner together. And also, she was the chairperson of the Council of Economic Advisors. She really understands policy. She's been involved in that world now, really very, very seriously at the top levels for 20 years. And she knows her stuff. And she's also not a partisan type person. Jen and I have some different political views, that she's to the left of where I am. But actually on economics, we really never had any big disagreements. She does the analysis carefully and thinks really hard about it and is super well prepared. And that's exactly what we need right now. Clearly, one of the things that's critical right now is to calm everything down, to get some straight thinking on what to do about the coronavirus pandemic and also how we can support the economy during this next period of the next 6 months or so. And Janet is extremely highly qualified to do that.
The focus right now, Rick, is on how closely she'll work with the Federal Reserve, and quite clearly everyone says very closely. For you, how close is too close?
So too close is when the Treasury tries to dictate to the Federal Reserve, interfering with its independence. Janet very much appreciates the independence of the Federal Reserve, will be strongly supportive of it. And so in that sense, there's no issue at all. Having strong cooperation, it's always been true, by the way, that the Federal Reserve Chair and the Treasury Secretary meet periodically. I think they always had a breakfast. I can't remember how often it was, but I think at least once a month, or maybe once a month, they would have a breakfast together. That's actually critical because monetary and fiscal policy do interact. On the other hand, what you don't want is where the Federal Reserve independence is challenged. Now, that's not going to happen under a Biden administration. Trump was really awful on this. That his criticisms of Jay were just brutal, mean, calling him loco, saying Jay's an idiot, and so forth. That's done. Biden understands what was done during the Obama administration, but also before that, that the Fed works best and the economy works best when the Fed is independent of day-to-day interference by the politicians. That will continue. Janet is somebody who strongly believes in the independence of the Fed. She's not somebody to try to dictate to Jay Powell. Instead, what you'll have is cooperation, which is exactly what's needed.
Although you'd have to say, Rick, in the back end of 2018, the president might have had a point when it came to judging and feeling out the market a little bit. We can put that to one side and maybe touch on that another day. I want to talk about policy making with you.
Look,
I had a feeling you'd want to jump in. Go on, Rick, please.
Yeah.
Please go on.
You could be right that I actually advocate an easier policy during this period than the Fed was pursuing. But the issue is not the policy; it's the issue of interference, which then can actually cause problems. So pushing the Federal Reserve to do expansionary policy can lead to a rise in inflation expectations, which would be very damaging. So the way you talk, it's not just what you do, but the way you talk and the pressure you put can actually be very damaging. And in fact, most presidents before Trump, particularly since the Clinton administration, have understood that it's, including George W. Bush, understood that leaving the Fed alone actually helps promote a good, strong economy. But that doesn't mean that the Fed is always right. They do make mistakes. And with a crystal ball, we can always do better. But the key point is let them do their job. They've got a job to do, their technical people to do it. Janet fully understands that.
Rick, when it comes to making policy at the Federal Reserve, those decisions are grounded in economics. When it comes to making policy in the Treasury, it's economics and it's politics too. And I just wonder, Rick, when you start to think about trade, if you have a position on trade in the Federal Reserve, is your position on trade exactly the same when you are running the Treasury?
I think Janet certainly is going to be pro free trade in an appropriate way. And particularly, very important is if somebody's not playing by the rules, you want to be able to deal with them, but you don't then abuse your allies in that process. So if you really want to deal effectively with China, you don't slap crazy tariffs on the Europeans, which is what's been done under Trump. And this has been very damaging to our ability to actually get a more even-handed trading situation that will be beneficial to the U.S. and particularly with China. So I don't think that the positions, it's very true that a Treasury position is much more political, and so you have to deal with those issues. But on the other hand, almost all economists, by the way, very few, and those were the few that worked in the Trump administration, very few think that trying to close down our borders is a good idea. Janet is very much in the mainstream on that. I think it'll be very helpful in crafting a much better trade policy under the Biden administration.
Meanwhile, Rick, on a domestic level, there is a question of how she is willing to run the economy hot in tandem with the Federal Reserve, perhaps giving ammunition from the Treasury. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, are you surprised that the market hasn't priced in a higher, longer-term inflation rate on the heels of Janet Yellen's selection, based on what we know and based on her comments?
So I think the answer is they haven't, and I think there's good reasons not to. Janet's very, very good on this. I had a lot of interaction with Janet when I was the governor at the Federal Reserve. Both of us were strong advocates of controlling inflation and inflation targeting, and that Janet gets that. The key issue is that right now we're in a very different environment. It's actually a remarkable environment for somebody who's been been a professor for now over 40 years and a monetary economist, which is the big problem of central banks is not that inflation is too high, it's too low. And so at this particular environment, it makes sense to pursue expansionary policy, both monetary and fiscal. By the way, there is a time when that could change, and in fact, having a very strong commitment to keeping inflation under control is important. I think that the Federal Reserve has moved to a procedure of so-called average inflation targeting, which could be beneficial, but has not been articulated in a way that I think is as helpful as needs to be to make sure that the commitment is as strong as ever. But Janet has always had a very strong commitment to controlling inflation. There's no doubt about that. Her statements, her policies, when she was chair of the Communications Committee at the Federal Reserve, when I was there. So the issue here is not that they should worry about too high inflation, but we do want inflation to get back up to 2%. And Janet understands that, and Jay Powell understands that. So that's why I don't think the markets need to be afraid of Janet on this.
Rick, come back soon. Always great to catch up, sir. Frederick Miskin there, the former Federal Reserve Board Governor. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Tom, do you remember that? Feels like a lifetime ago. Back end of 2018, when the president called Jay Powell a golfer, a powerful golfer who couldn't putt. That feels like forever ago.
I need to be careful what I say, but no, I guess I can't.
When have you ever been careful about what you say?
I'm being very careful about what I say right now. I will say that the President of the United States has been very active tweeting this morning, mostly having to do with Fox TV and some of Fox's more conservative competitors.
What did they do with Tom Keene in the last 10 minutes? Where did he go?
I'm hanging.
Why has he been so careful?
I'm checking your influencers. Your influence meter this morning is a little shaky.
Okay. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishka Gupta. Things will get worse for the airline industry before they get better. That's according to the International Air Transport Association. The trade group estimates that airlines will lose almost $39 billion next year, more than double the forecast in June. And that's on top of a $118 billion deficit in the current 12 months. Airlines are hoping that the rollout of vaccines will lead to the lifting of travel restrictions. The formal transition of power between Donald Trump and Joe Biden has finally begun. The General Services Administration has acknowledged that Biden was the apparent winner of the presidential election, and President Trump has called on his agencies to cooperate. Still, the president says he'll continue to challenge the outcome of the election. Bloomberg has crunched the numbers to determine the best and worst places to be in the coronavirus era. We looked at where the virus has been handled most effectively with the least amount of disruption. Our COVID-19 resilience ranking has New Zealand as the best place, followed by Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, and Finland. The bottom 5 include the Czech Republic, Belgium, Peru, Argentina, and Mexico. And Tesla co-founder Elon Musk has now become the world's second richest person. According to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index, Musk's net worth soared $7.2 billion to a little less than $128 billion. He passed Bill Gates and now trails only Jeff Bezos. Musk ranked 35th at the start of the year. He's added $100 billion to his wealth, thanks to an incredible 523% rise in Tesla's stock. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishka Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Are you worried that people won't take the vaccine?
We remain concerned about vaccine hesitancy.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
She's a University of California, Berkeley trained labor economist. And I think that that is where the greatest appeal is for Biden, is that he wants to ensure that he can get that unemployment rate back down as quickly as possible.
That was Danielle DiMartino Booth of Quill Intelligence and, of course, former advisor to the Dallas Fed president. From London and New York this morning, good morning. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Coming up at the Open in about 15 minutes' time, we'll catch up with Jim Bianco of Bianco Research on what a Janet Yellen treasury is going to look like, if indeed we end up, Tom, with a Janet Yellen treasury in the years to come.
We will see. John Farrell, good luck with that. Right now, the market's up 30. Dow futures up 324, and the VIX has come in solid this morning under 22. 21.93 shows the good times this is. I break a cardinal rule. I have a cardinal rule that I never talk about a book until it's released. I break that now. Cass Sunstein is at Harvard Law. You know I loved his book, Impeachment, which never once mentioned Donald Trump. There is too much information. And yes, he writes for Bloomberg Opinion. But there will be a book next year. It's already must read, and it's not even written. The book is Noise, with a gentleman from Princeton, Mr. Kahneman, 70-inch Cass Sunstein. Cass, wonderful to hear about this book of 2021. How are we going to get ourselves away from what we here at Surveillance struggle with every day, our addiction to the noise? How are we going to do that?
Okay, well, let's make a distinction, shall we, between noise like high volume, lots of stuff. How do you sort it out? The book that is out, Too Much Information, is really about that.
Yes.
The book Noise is about signal versus noise, meaning there's just so much variability. So if doctors are asked, do you have COVID-19? One doctor will say yes, another doctor will say, I don't think so. If you ask one grader whether the paper gets an A, the grader will say yes, and another will say no, it's a B minus. That's the kind of noise that we're worried about, and it's a source of pervasive unfairness in the criminal justice system, in the welfare system, with permits and licenses. It's also a source of really high costs for companies when two people who are supposed to make the same decision, one says yes, the other says definitely no.
But Cass, so much of this is about the strange word from another time in religion called grace. And that grace is about uncertainty and understanding that we live within uncertainty. Anyone, those that agree with Mr. Trump and disagree with Mr. Trump, would say he majored in certitude. It was, he knew what he was talking about. How do we escape our certitudes that are wrapped around too much information and our certitudes of noise?
Well, there's a great judge with a crazy name, a learned hand. Was this a prank by his parents who named him learned? But he kind of fulfilled the prophecy of learnedness and learned a lot. And Learned Hand said this during World War II, the spirit of liberty is that spirit which is not too sure that it is right. And that's kind of perfect, because you can be sure that you're right, as Democrats and Republicans often are, but they're sure. But things go sour if they're too sure that they're right. So there should always be a voice in a democratic society saying, you know what, the people whom I consider the other side, they might be right. And if that voice you let in your head, you become calmer, nicer, and that savage part of the human spirit kind of dissipates.
This makes sense, and at the same time, you're walking a fine line as we sort of infringe on the idea of freedom of speech and freedom of decision-making. And I think that there probably would be a large swath of the nation that would say, this is the problem, that academia, which tends to be more liberal, wants to weed out things that's wrong and not necessarily let people think their own thoughts. And this is really brought to the fore with Twitter and Facebook's recent filters on President Trump's tweets, as well as other certain information that's been disseminated. How do you walk this line? How do you create a filter that is fair and gives the impression of fairness to people looking for independence and freedom?
It's a great question. So let's think of three different categories. One category, which my Too Much Information book, that's not a very likely title for a book, by the way. I'm not sure that's a best-selling title. But the idea behind too much information is, first, the government's taking too much information from us. So it is imposing 11 billion annual hours and paperwork requirements on the American people. It may be nurses, it may be doctors, it might be patients, it might be people who want to build things, and they are being hammered by paperwork requirements. This is especially bad in a period of COVID-19. So that's not a free speech issue. It's an issue of imposing burdens which are often like walls between the American people and things that they have a right to. The second thing is disclosure of information that's mandatory. So if you get a medicine, it might have 7 pages of side effects information, which you'll never read. Or if you get a mortgage, you might be drowning in stuff. Or if you buy a product at the grocery store, there might be a ton of things there which are so complicated in terms of information mandates that you're not going to benefit from them. So information mandates is a second thing, which is often excessive and often kind of clueless, and that is not a free speech issue.
Well,
then there's a third thing, which is, Twitter and Facebook having warnings and disclosures as part of their product. That's actually technically not a free speech issue. In fact, technically not, because Twitter and Facebook aren't governed by the First Amendment because they're not government. And that's how our Constitution was set up. Mm-hmm. And itself a big positive in terms of freedom, that a private social media outlet doesn't have to worry about the things the government has to worry about. Now, having said that, there are free speech issues in the non-technical sense that it's completely fair to discuss that private actors often raise.
Kes Sunstein, thank you so much. Just can't say enough about too much information, and to come next year with Professor Conman of Princeton Noyes as well. Kes Sunstein at Harvard Law. Lisa, we've got to go back to the equity markets, which is just remarkable. The VIX now under 22 solid, 21.94. That'll be really interesting to watch. I mean, Lisa, we are so far across the reach of this pandemic from the almost the delinkage of this crisis with what we see within the equity markets. I can honestly say I've never seen it.
Yeah, the near term versus the long term, right? The near term looks pretty bleak. The long term, people are pricing in that we're all fine and good and taking airplane rides to Moldova to get oil or whatever it was. What were you getting the other day? Sea salt? Where you're really into salt, right? You're going to take a trip to Europe just for the salt. Look, honestly, I think that the conviction that people have that we're heading toward brighter days is what's pervading the markets. The question is, how big will the bumps be and how much scarring will there be from those? And that really is the uncertainty going forward.
And what we learned today, clearly, folks, is the idea of rotation and the many different arguments, the nuances of rotation, including Gina Martin Adams at Bloomberg Intelligence. And I do have to mention John Golub, with a very different view at Credit Suisse as well. Again, futures up 29, Dow futures up 316, The level on the Dow, 29,863, and some tangible dollar weakness. And I don't want to write home about it, but nevertheless, tangible dollar weakness this morning. And taking the headline, wow, can we get a 1,700 print on gold? 1,800 down $30. On the airlines, Mr. DeJuniak, the 11 o'clock hour. This is Bloomberg.
Once it goes into this plant, it's heated up very quickly to 600 or so degrees. It basically carbonises it, turns it into a carbon-rich material. Obviously kills all of the pathogens.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
From New York and London, for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the open starts right now, 30 minutes away from the opening bell with futures advancing 30 points on the S&P. We begin with the big issue, the transition formally beginning. The GSA acknowledging Joe Biden, the apparent winner of the US election, granting the president-elect access to federal agencies, intelligence briefings and $6 million in funding. President Donald Trump calling on his agencies to cooperate, tweeting the following: I'm recommending Emily and her team do what needs to be done with regards to initial protocols and have told my team to do the same. The Biden cabinet already taking shape, preparing another round of appointees today, following a slew of nominations Monday. Wall Street focusing on one in particular. Former Fed Chair Janet Yellen, widely reported to be America's next Treasury Secretary.
In a way, the markets are sitting thinking, gosh, transition's coming.
The market's right to cheer this news.
They know what they're likely to get with Janet Yellen as the Treasury Secretary.
Someone who knows Washington policy pretty well.
She will have great respect for the independence of the Fed.
She's been very good at trying to build relationships across the aisle in Congress.
She's going to be much more subject to the political winds in Washington.
Clearly, Janet Yellen's appointment doesn't alter the mathematics in Congress.
I don't know that we know how well she can navigate those political waters, choppy as they may be.
She'll be a very effective Treasury Secretary.
I'm hoping Janet Yellen takes a page from good Treasury Secretaries.
The United States would be reestablished very quickly under a Yellen Treasury Department.
Let's bring in the Bloomberg team. Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli and Sonali Basak. Kevin, I want to begin with you, sir. Do we just assume that if this goes ahead, she gets confirmed?
Yes, look, I think based upon the conversations that I've had over the past couple of weeks here in Washington, Jonathan, there's no question that former Fed Chair Janet Yellen, who, mind you, was able to get confirmed already through a Senate approval process when she was named to the Federal Reserve in 2013, is likely going to face that as well in the Republican-controlled Senate. She had really strong bipartisan relationships when she was overseeing the central bank in terms of that dynamic. And so it's fascinating because flashback to 2013 when the nation was emerging from the 2008 financial collapse and issues that came up during her confirmation hearings pertaining to too big to fail, audit the Fed, remember that? I would anticipate some of that is going to come up, but largely the focus of her confirmation hearing will likely be for senators having an opportunity to ask about other parts of the job that we don't know where the former Fed chair stands on, pertaining to sanctions, pertaining to tariffs, pertaining to international risk and international terrorism. Because remember, the Treasury Department also oversees that, as well as CFIUS. And so all of that, I would anticipate, is going to come up. And just a quick note, just in terms of the Biden transition, they are anticipated to announce further picks today. But here in Washington, D.C., the names that were announced yesterday and as well the names that are expected to be announced today are a return to sorts, not just to the Obama administration, but a return to the familiarity of how diplomacy is conducted geopolitically. And that's based upon conversations with not just Democrats, but also Republicans. Jonathan?
That's part of the dollar weakness story as well in the market. Kevin, great to catch up, sir, as always. Kevin Cirilli down in D.C. Another busy one for Kevin ahead of the Thanksgiving holidays. Wanted to catch up with Bloomberg's Sonali Basak as well. Sonali, because I think it's really, really important. The last act over at the Fed from Chair Yellen was not a monetary policy decision. On the way out the door, it was to stick the boot into Wells Fargo. What are you hearing?
That's exactly right. So her approach to the big banks over a longer period of time in conjunction with the other regulatory agencies. And by the way, John, not just the banks, but the non-banks, the shadow banking system that many people have been concerned about from March until now will be a main question. But over the last 24 hours, Kevin made a very good point here. What my sources have been wondering about is how she will react in the medium term and the longer term to Biden's economic policy. So that is alternative energy sources, that is the infrastructure plan, but then in the even longer term, how she will behave as a world economic leader in relation to G20, G7, IMF, World Bank, and restoring a lot of these global relationships that the U.S. has had, in addition to how she will treat sanctions, which has been an increasing function of the Treasury Department and of big concern to the banks.
Sonali, before we let you go, a story crossed the Bloomberg about 4 or 5 minutes ago on Deutsche Bank and work from home. I imagine the interest in this story for our audience is going to be sky high to the moon through the rest of today. What are they saying?
So Deutsche Bank is now saying that they may have more people more permanently work from home. It's not surprising from Deutsche Bank only because they were earlier on than the other banks to say, okay, more people can work from home more permanently in this second wave of this crisis. Plus, they are cutting costs and reducing a lot of their real estate footprint. But as you know, John, for Wall Street, what a move. This is not something most banks are very comfortable with, this idea from working at home. They want people to come back into the office.
I don't know many people that still want to work from home even twice a week that work in the financial industry right now. Sonali, it's great to catch up, as always. Shanali Basak, thank you. Back on topic, Jim Bianco of Bianco Research questioning the market's optimism surrounding Biden's Treasury pick, writing the following. Risk markets are celebrating Yellen in a way that suggests she's heading both the Fed and the Treasury. They're celebrating an easy money Treasury secretary, but technically the Treasury doesn't set monetary policy and it's supposed to not influence it. Jim joins us now for more. Jim, your early take, please, on what's about to develop, possibly in the next 24 hours and maybe even the next coming years.
Yeah, Janet Yellen has not been appointed as the Federal Reserve Chairman. That seems to be the mistake that everybody is making right now. I saw your interview about 20 minutes ago with Rick Mishkin, and I couldn't tell if he was promoting her for Federal Reserve Chairman or for Treasury Secretary. Those are two very different jobs. Her skill set is well qualified to be a Federal Reserve Chairman. As a diplomat, as a chief economic negotiator, if that's what the Biden administration wants, her skill set is not Christine Lagarde's skill set when it comes to negotiating things like budgets or sanctions or tariffs or talking with other international world leaders. Now, she may grow into the job, but it's a big unknown right now. I think all Wall Street sees is easy money and that they're happy with this idea of easy money. So over the short term, they're going to celebrate this. But over the long term, there's going to be a lot of questions as to where she fits in that spectrum.
Well, I think more importantly, Jim, it also means that they recognise that we can't have a premature declaration of success like we did last time around, both on the monetary policy side and I think as well on the fiscal policy side. Does that strike you as a little bit more constructive, the fact that someone who has been conditioned by the previous cycle, that knows they probably should have ran it a little bit hotter, is now in a seat where maybe she can dictate policy on the other side of things?
Yeah, you would hope so. And it comes down to a big question is the Treasury Secretary is an important part of the economic voice of the incoming Biden administration, but she's not the only voice as well, too. There is going to be some internal negotiation within the Biden administration is what exactly do they want her to do? What exactly do they want from the economy? And is everybody within the Biden administration on exactly the same page with Janet Yellen? And then will she go out and sell it as if it's part of her own policy? We'll have to watch and see if that actually happens.
Jim, I've got to say, a bit of a blind spot for me is the international outlook from the Treasury Secretary, if it is indeed Janet Yellen. We know a lot about the monetary policy story. We know a lot about the fiscal policy story. You can just read through the transcripts, the different interviews she's done over the years on that front. Jim, we've just had a drip feed of her views on trade, and I wonder how those views develop when you sit in a more political seat and you start to face the likes of China and Europe and elsewhere, what that relationship looks like.
That's a big unknown. Not only do you have to consider that, too, but let's assume that the Senate stays Republican, and then she's going to have to articulate that with Mitch McConnell in the Senate as well, too, and try and strike a balance between all of them. If that's what the administration wants, as her being their chief negotiator in all of this, in addition to talking to the Chinese, in addition to talking to the Europeans, in addition to talking to the Japanese as well, too. So it's going to be something we don't know. We really don't know where she falls down on all of this. She's really not had to do that in any of her previous jobs. Doesn't mean she can't do it. It's just a giant unknown at this point.
Perception is everything at this point then, Jim. There's so much we don't know, but you know the stories start to get told and the consensus builds and people start to get a firmer grip of those stories and they start to trade on them. And I wonder what kind of stories we're going to hear that will develop and maybe be reinforced in the months to come, Jim. One of the trades right now is a weaker dollar story. They take the news of the last 24 hours, they plug it into that trade and say more fuel for it. Does that resonate with you, Jim?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the short term, over the next several weeks, is that they're looking at closer cooperation between the Fed and the Treasury, as I've even termed it, almost a merger between the two of them, resulting in easier money, resulting in possibly a reversal of the Mnuchin Trump CARES Act, taking the money back, sending it back. And that has been cheered by risk markets as we move forward from here. Okay, I get that. But that's not the only thing that the Treasury Secretary does. And beyond, after that initial euphoric trade is over, then we're going to have to figure out what else she stands for and where else she's going to go.
Jim Bianco of Bianco Research. Jim, a lot of unknowns there. Great to catch up. Enjoy Thanksgiving, sir. A happy Thanksgiving to you and the family. In the FX market, the dollar just turning positive. That dollar weakness trade, I know a lot of you have got it on. Kit Dukes of SocGen looking for 127 on euro dollar, back end of 2021. It's been a difficult one to develop in the last couple of months, in G10 at least. The more broader BBDXY, much weaker on that story, largely because of the Asia influence over in China, and EM as well, with the Mexican peso in the mix. But in the here and now, dollar weakness to start the day, but as the day has progressed, as this session has grown older, that dollar has got a little bit stronger. Let's get to the market desk and get some movers. 20 minutes out from the opening bell with futures still elevated. Here's Abigail.
Hi there, John. Well, we do certainly have a tailwind for stocks, global stocks and futures here in the U.S. Lots of different reasons, but let's keep it simple because there is reason to think that when we take a look at these movers, that a lot of it is the reopening rotation and the cyclical trade that we've seen. American Airlines, after gaining more than 8% yesterday, up another 4.5% on hopes that folks will be traveling more soon. Occidental Petroleum up nearly 9% today after gaining 22% over the last 3 days. That catch-up trade for the beaten down energy trade plus oil trading higher. The same deal for banks. Take a look at Wells Fargo, up 3.8%. The yield curve is steepening again, plus the Janet Yellen expected nomination and upgraded by Raymond James to outperform. And then finally, where is the money coming from? Well, Apple yesterday, John, had a really bad day, down about 3%, breaking technical levels. Today, a tiny bit. It will be interesting to see whether or not that can hang on, or if we continue to see the move into those cyclical sectors and names and out of big tech, John.
Abigail, thank you. Coming up on the programme, governors across the country tightening up restrictions, issuing executive orders to slow the spread ahead of the holidays. That conversation up next with Nuveen's Brian Nick. As we count you down to the opening bell, 18 minutes away from the open. Equity futures elevated on the S&P up 0.7%. The Russell just absolutely ripping over the last month, up another 1.85% in early trading. This is Bloomberg.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
Their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
When you combine all those previous stimulus programs, $40 billion reached the people of New York City. All of those good investments are now wearing off, and people are running out of money. If there's not a stimulus, the state of New York is going to be in dire, dire shape, and unfortunately might have to pass on cuts to localities.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio warning of a potential layoff series without further action from Washington. Governors urging caution ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday with virus cases spiking across the country. LA County reporting record new cases on Monday, putting it on the brink of another lockdown. North Carolina issuing an executive order extending mask mandates, closing indoor bar service and limiting occupancy in restaurants and stores. Michael McKee of Bloomberg joins us right now for more. Mike, more restrictions into Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, John. Wall Street seems happy this morning. They're looking ahead to a vaccinated world. But the warnings from policymakers are we've got several months of pain ahead, and we're getting that validated by the data. 59.2 million cases of COVID worldwide, and that's 1.4 million deaths. Here in the U.S., 12.4 million cases now, almost 260,000 deaths. And at the current rate of increase, we'll hit 300,000 by the end of the year, the virus running unchecked. So policymakers are taking action. You mentioned Los Angeles, a 5-day average of more than 4,500 cases a day. And they said last week that's enough to bring on a lockdown. So that is likely coming there. New York has put limits on restaurants and bars in some areas, and the city does face that big budget shortfall. You heard what the mayor said about New York being in dire shape. Hong Kong shutting bars, nightclubs, and bathhouses from Thursday until at least December 2nd. And cases are climbing in Japan. The government there trying to decide whether it needs to close or limit stores and restaurants. We should also note, since I'm the eco guy, Germany's IFO index of business confidence fell a lot more than expected today. Predictions are that country may see a recession in the first quarter. One bit of good news, bad news, and this is maybe good news for you, John, since you're in London. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, confirming he's going to lift the lockdown orders there and replace it with a tiered system of restrictions in different regions. England is going to chop its quarantine time for arrivals as well from high-risk countries if they take a test. On the bad side, don't expect a spike in passengers. The International Air Transport Association says the airlines around the world are going to lose $39 billion next year, more than double the forecast in June. That's on top of losing about $120 billion in the current 12 months, which is up 40% from the prior outlook. Together, the loss is 5 times what the airlines accumulated during the 2008-2009 recession. I'll just close by noting the World Health Organization says we're going to have to be putting up with this pandemic and taking steps to avoid getting the COVID virus well through next year.
I'll pretend I didn't hear the last bit. Mike, you're more than just the eco guy. You know you're more than that to me. Michael McKee joining us on the economy and a whole lot more. Newsweek's Brian Nick weighing in on the situation, the dilemma facing local governments throughout the pandemic, writing the following. Policymakers will be reluctant to force businesses to close, knowing they could be ordering a death sentence to their local economies. A gentle rotation into cyclicals still makes sense in a world more likely to normalise next year. Brian joins us now for more. Brian, it's my question of the moment. What's normal?
I think normal is at least a return to former levels of revenue for a lot of these companies that are in industries that just can't function in the presence of the virus. So travel, leisure, hospitality, these are areas that we can't pull forward the effects of the vaccine. We're pulling forward good news in terms of the market pricing in the vaccine for next year, but we can't actually pull forward the effects. So people are still largely not getting on airplanes, not staying in hotels to the same extent that they were. And I think that the bigger risk in the near term is for businesses that can function during the pandemic, but simply aren't going to be able to because the customers aren't showing up because they're concerned about getting sick. So those businesses are, we're not taking care of those businesses. That's what I was referring to when I said it could be a death sentence to order these businesses to lock down. So my sense is we're going to go forward here in the United States without widespread mandatory business closures because you simply can't ask a business to close if there's no support from the government to help them reopen when the time comes.
That's the problem right now on the policy front. So, Brian, let's think about it. If you want to maintain that cyclical tilt, that's your call. Where do you want to lean? What's the regional bias there? Is it still the United States, or is it more towards Europe, which has gone through the lockdown process and is starting to reopen now with vaccinations set to start on a similar time frame?
Yeah, I think over a short time period, I think Europe does, make some sense. It's underperformed all year, mainly because it doesn't have that large tech sector that the U.S. does. But if that's not the sector that's going to be in vogue next year, as we kind of look forward to a more normal economy that has a wider and broader participation from more different types of companies and those companies' stock, I think it can make sense to look at Europe. Certainly, we're looking at areas like real estate in Europe. I think Japan also is getting a look, and broader Asia from our equity strategists, because these are areas that, again, haven't had to deal with as much in terms of the virus. They still obviously have that contagion effect from economies that are weaker across the world. But as they get more tied in for example, with China and that broader region in some of these trade deals, I think that makes more sense to look, moving forward as companies that are relatively more insulated from the pandemic, at least for the time being.
Brian, we've got to do two things on a program like this. You've got to work out what the trajectory for economic data looks like, and then you've got to work out how investors will respond to that. It was interesting last week, retail sales downside surprise, jobless claims the wrong kind of upside surprise. Then yesterday, US PMIs from market, really tidy, really decent, really solid. How are you going to navigate that story in the months to come when many people do anticipate that won't be the story? The PMIs from yesterday will not be extrapolated out through year end, that we could see some weakness into Q1.
I think that's right. And while the PMIs are something that the markets look at, I'd much rather look at the hard economic data, which is showing us that the U.S. economy is slowing down, I think creaking a little bit under the weight of the virus. But what's interesting really about the PMIs is the divergence between the countries and the areas of the world that have reinstituted some kind of lockdowns. PMIs are extraordinarily sensitive to lockdowns. They're less sensitive to the virus, which is now worse in the U.S. So as long as the businesses stay open, even if their virus is sort of spreading uncontrollably, it seems like the PMIs do okay. I'm not sure that's going to be true of retail sales, perhaps not consumer confidence, and perhaps not the labor market, which is going to depend very much on whether people are willing to come to work and whether businesses are willing to hire new people. So I look every week at these continuing claims data. I'm going to be looking tomorrow at the income and spending data from October. That'll give us a bit of a hint on how the fourth quarter started. Most of the October data looks okay. I'm more concerned about the November, December, January data. I suspect we're going to get one or two negative payroll prints in the next couple of months.
Given where we're priced right now, are you comfortable sitting here in cyclicals through the prospect of a couple of negative payrolls prints, Brian?
Yes, because we are balanced, and we're talking about a relatively short period of time. We're in a dark tunnel. We still think there's a bright light at the end of that tunnel. So as long as our time frame is not 2 or 3 months, we have a 6 to 9 to 12-month time frame. I do think this trade comes good, and I think it's also you're sitting in areas of the market that are obviously have done less well and are less attractive or more attractively valued. So you have some sense that you eventually get paid to be in these positions when the economy is able to reopen. But the next couple of months are going to be bumpy. That's why we're pretty balanced. We don't have a cyclical tilt. We've just been adding to cyclicals, basically taking off our underweight.
Brian, great to catch up, sir. My best to you and the team ahead of Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Brian Nick of Nuveen. Coming up on this programme, the analyst action you need to know. That conversation just around the corner. And later, UBS's Laura Kane joining us at the opening bell, making a case to rotate into the laggards and a conversation about new energy and old energy after a huge rally in EVs in the last couple of days, for that matter, through the whole of this year. That's coming up shortly. This is Bloomberg.
Jawohl. Können Sie einmal noch ganz kurz zu uns kommen? Ganz kurz.
Davor stellen?
5 minutes away from the opening bout this Tuesday morning. Good morning to you all. Here's the state of things. A beautiful New York City with futures advancing about 30 points, up 0.75%. That's the story in the market. Here are your morning calls. A look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. We begin first up with Raymond James upgrading Wells Fargo to outperform from underperform. $32 price target. The analysts seeing positive catalysts on the horizon with headwinds bottoming. That stock up by almost 4% in early trading. Your second call from Oppenheimer upgrading General Electric to outperform a $12 price target. The analyst writing that the pace of improvements is picking up with a turnaround gaining traction. We're up by a little more than 5% there. We're flying going into the open. And finally, Argus upgrading Target to a buy, 205 price target. The analyst highlighting the retailer's growing relevance among shoppers after posting significantly stronger than expected comparable sales, up there by almost 1%. Up next on this program is the era of big tech dominance coming to an end. UBS's Laura Kane joins us at the opening bell, making the case for going small and cyclical in 2021.
It's important for each side to understand the sensitivities of the other.
Former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger said the incoming Biden administration should move quickly to restore lines of communication with China that frayed during the Trump years, or risk a crisis that could escalate into military conflict.
Unless there is some basis for some cooperative action, the world will slide into a catastrophe comparable to World War I, with a technology that is even more difficult to control than the technology of the period then.
Market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
A couple of weeks ago, Deutsche Bank and the research team thought about the idea of maybe taxing people more if they worked from home, and then, as we understand it, Deutsche Bank, the executive team, the C-suite, weighing the possibility of allowing Deutsche Bank employees to work 2 days a week from home. I wonder what the research team now think about the prospect of that and paying higher taxes. Maybe we can ask them. The opening bell ringing in New York City. Equities advancing 27 points on the S&P 500, up 0.75%. Call it 0.8%. Outperformance clearly, though, in the small caps. The Russell up 1.4% going into the cash open. Switch up the board into the bond market we go. Let's take a little look. A sneak peek at Treasuries. 2s, 10s, 30s. Yields up on 10s and 30s, just a little bit. The curve steeper just a little bit, up a basis point on 10s to 0.8668%. And a dollar weakness story from earlier this morning. We give some of that up. Euro dollar 118.53. Just can't get through 119 and hold it. Through 119 yesterday, back down to about 118.50. Where you do start to see some price action, get my words out, in a commodity market. Crude, WTI, post-pandemic shock highs on WTI at almost $44, up by 1.95%. That moves cross-asset. Let's get to the market desk and get you some movers and bring in Katie Greifeld. Hey, Katie.
Hi, John. Well, plenty of action this morning, and let's start with Tesla. It's up about 5% already today, and it's gained about 33% since it was announced that Tesla would be added to the S&P 500 later this year, and that's helped founder Elon Musk pass Bill Gates as the world's second wealthiest person. Now, going down the board, General Electric is up today, as well as the company's turnaround continues to pick up momentum. It announced a small acquisition last week after 2.5 years of selling assets, and that's earned an upgrade from Oppenheimer yesterday. Now, on the earnings front, Dix is a little bit lower today, 2%, and that's even though it reported this morning that comp sales rose a record 23.2%. But obviously the momentum is coming out of that stock. You also have Best Buy lower as well, even though it beat estimates across the board. But the stock is sinking after the company provided no future guidance on the upcoming holiday season. Now let's check in on the cyclical trade. Your reopening stocks are broadly higher this morning. United Airlines is leading travel stocks as that vaccine optimism continues to build. You also have AMC soaring up about 10% at the open, and that's after gaining 12% yesterday. Moving down, you have retailer Abercrombie & Fitch also sharply higher after beating earnings per share by a huge margin. Its EPS was 76 cents. That is, after estimates that it would be flat last quarter. And I'll note that the apparel retail index is at its highest level since February. Finally, we have action camera chip maker Ambarella up over 9%, nearly 10% after lifting its outlook, and perhaps another sign that consumers are getting ready to venture outside. Back to you, John.
Katie, thank you. Great work. Bloomberg's Catherine Greifeld there on a story in this equity market at the open. About 2-3 minutes into the session, let's peel it back a little bit. The Russell outperforming, the small caps up by about 1.3%. The sector composition of the move this morning, this Tuesday morning, we advance across the board, pretty much every single sector on the S&P 500 in positive territory. The financials up by 1.6%. Steeper curve helping out that story this morning, though it hasn't needed the steeper curve over the last month, really. It's just been a massive rally into the cyclical trade, and the banks have been part of that, up almost 20% over the last month. But the huge move on the session on the month, energy, up by 2.8% this morning. And on the month, heading for its biggest monthly advance, quite possibly on record. Getting a boost from the so-called new energy stocks as well. Tesla's relentless rally propelling its peers, with electric vehicle stocks surging as well. So it's the new energy, old energy story. Abigail Doolittle, both of those stories almost hand in hand, absolutely flying.
John, it's simply extraordinary, both, as you're mentioning, old energy and new energy really just taking off here in the month of November. A real FOMO-like feeling to the trading quality. Really surprising, actually, for old energy, not so much for new energy. Let's take a look at what we do have on the month for old energy. The S&P 500 Energy Index, as you were mentioning, up more than 30% this month, heading to its best month ever. Simply extraordinary, really on this reopening optimism. Oil, of course, up more than 20%, so trading higher in sympathy with oil. Now, yesterday, the energy sector up 7% on its own. The S&P 500, a little bit of a lift, but it's only 2.4% of a weighting, so that's why we don't have more of a lift. But names like Occidental, Devon Energy, Exxon, all taking off. As for new energy, let's take a look at an ETF, a new energy ETF on the year. A double at this point, up more than 102%. And we compare this to an S&P 500 Global Oil Index, old energy, down on the year by about 34%. It's clear where the bet is going, and the last 2 months have really been hot for new energy. A lot of this, particularly over the last few weeks, having to do with President-elect Joe Biden, the expectation that his administration will be friendly to new energy. Not surprisingly, John, it is helping out electric vehicle makers. A redhead just crossed the Bloomberg moments ago, saying that Tesla's market cap is above half a trillion for the first time ever, or above 500 billion. Wow. So there you see it. Big gains for electric vehicle makers. New energy and old energy really taking off, John.
Abigail, thank you. What a run it's had. Old energy, new energy. One's got a secular tailwind behind it. The other one's got a headwind in front of it, but it's a catch-up trade. You've got to draw a distinction between the two. What is going on here? Laura Kane of UBS Wealth Management expecting the laggards to lead the way, fueled by a broadening recovery and vaccination progress. The team at UBS seeing the cyclical rotation continuing into 2021 and writing the following. We expect the more economically sensitive markets and sectors, many of which underperformed in 2020, to outperform in 2021. Our preferred areas include small and mid-cap, select financial and energy names, and the industrial and consumer discretionary sectors as well. Laura, I'm pleased to say, joins us now. Laura, can we just start on the energy, please? Laura, can you walk me through your thinking around the old energy story that we see in the energy players, oil, etc., and what we're seeing with the EVs as well?
Yes. So, hi, Jonathan. First of all, thanks for having me on today. And I would say that this old energy, new energy story actually makes a lot of sense to us in terms of our outlook for 2021. So we've been calling 2021 a year of renewal for two reasons. One, we're going to be recovering from this pandemic, but secondarily, we've seen a number of transformative trends set in motion by this pandemic. And among those, I would highlight digitalization trends and also the shift toward a more sustainable economy. So when I think about this idea of old energy versus new energy, you have old energy exposed to the recovery from the pandemic. So we expect to see energy demand trends move in a positive direction as things like travel resume, and overall we see business and consumer activity picking up into 2021. And then shifting over to this idea of transformative trends in the secular side of things, we do see this momentum around a more sustainable economy. We have a positive view on green technologies that are exposed to areas like clean energy, EV, and even energy efficiency trends. And I would highlight the Biden administration, yes, as an incremental positive, but we've also seen a lot of positive indicators coming from around the globe. So many countries have announced more aggressive emission targets in 2020. And also we've seen the EU put in place some pretty sizable green spending plans as they recover from the pandemic as well. So putting it all together, this movement that we're seeing across both old and new energy actually makes sense in the context of some of the trends we see for next year.
Laura, do they operate on different time horizons, though? Just as far as new energy, old energy is concerned. I mean, I'm trying to work out whether the old energy story is just a catch-up trade that loses some steam going into 21.
Yeah, so I would say that the old energy is more of a catch-up trade. You're right. Right now, we are actually neutral on the energy sector in that 6 to 12 month view. I think that there is still some risk to the downside. So we're going to see this ongoing narrative of vaccine versus virus play out, especially in the very near term. So there is certainly some risk to that story. But looking out to mid-2021, we have about a $50 price target on oil. So we do think that the energy markets are going to continue to come into balance as we get into the middle of next year. And then in terms of some of the more secular trends around, clean energy, new energy, yes, that is a longer term time horizon, but I think we are going to see, given some of the more near-term catalysts on the policy front, we are going to see some movement in those areas. We're already seeing it. And I would add to improving economics. That's a more long-term trend. As clean energy becomes cheaper, as battery technology improves, those are some of the long-term catalysts that I would expect to see in more of that new energy domain.
Laura, that's the long time frame, the secular growth story that people have just piled into over the last 12 months, and they expect it to continue as well. One thing that's been left for dead over the last few years has been the FTSE, the UK. And I keep coming across notes, Laura, suggesting that UK equities have got some serious catch-up to do from here. Does that resonate with you, Laura?
Indeed, it does. So we do have a most preferred view on UK equities. You're right. It's the catch-up potential. It's the extraordinarily cheap valuations on a relative basis. We do see a lot of room for improvement. Also, with investments in the UK equities, you are getting that exposure to the global recovery. You're also getting exposure to the recovery in energy prices. So there's a lot of positive undercurrents there at some pretty undemanding valuations. So we do have a positive view on UK equities, despite the overhang, of course, from the Brexit uncertainty.
Laura, fantastic to catch up with you. Come back soon. I'd love to talk more. Laura Kane there of UBS on this story. Morgan Stanley looking for 17% upside for the FTSE 100 through 2021 versus just 10% upside for the MSCI Europe. The bullish notes around the FTSE, not the UK, I should be specific, the FTSE 100, the market in the UK, really piling up on my screen over the last couple of days. I want to head back to the market desk and get stateside with Abigail. Hey, Abigail.
Hi there, John. Well, we really have a bullish bid for some of the equity indexes here in the U.S., the S&P 500 and the Russell 2000 in particular, that small cap index hitting yet another record high, a string of them after not having one since 2018. On the other hand, you have the tech-heavy Nasdaq down just slightly. So let's break it down. Clearly, the rotation trade is back in business, staying in business, actually. We have the airlines and the cruise line operators higher on hopes that the economy is going to improve. Folks will be back out there traveling as the vaccine gets into the system. We also have those new energy movers. Fuel cell, take a look at that, up 13%. Plug power had been higher earlier, up 1%. But it's not just the new energy. It is also the old energy, along with banks. That part of the cyclical rotation's in play. Wells Fargo, one of the top stocks on the day. This, of course, as the yield curve continues to steepen. JP Morgan is another big winner for banks. And then Devon and Apache, these energy stocks just continue to soar. As we were talking about, the energy sector headed toward its best month ever. Really, that's the degree of the catch-up trade. And then tech, however, John, Apple, NVIDIA, and Zoom, those stocks are lower. That is where the money is coming out of.
What a run that energy trade has had over the last month. Abigail, thank you. Awesome work as always. Abigail Doolittle there at the market desk. Coming up, we've had about 45 minutes of happy talk. Let's talk about defaults sending shockwaves across China's credit markets. That conversation up shortly with Mike Contopoulos of RB Advisors. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
China's one of the few economies that will grow this year. So while maybe the longer term remains quite a challenge for them, there certainly are opportunities there. There are some, we think, interesting opportunities there in China, both from a growth perspective as well as in fixed income.
Risk appetite fueling a rebound in emerging market equities, touching a fresh record high and heading for their biggest monthly advance since 2016. I want to bring in Bloomberg International economics and policy correspondent Mike McKee for more. Mike, that's the equity story. There's also some interesting things happening with credit, specifically in China.
Yeah, let's start with emerging markets in general. Damian Sassauer and our EM team putting together an outlook for 2021 that's relatively positive for emerging markets in general because they say creditors are going to be able to look past the pandemic and start to see an increase in the fundamentals, and the reduced policy uncertainty should support growth there. Risk premiums are going to compress as currency volatility subsides, and there's going to be that always an ever-present search for incremental carry going offshore. China, though, different question. A reality check there after years of ramping up on corporate debt. Corporate debt defaults hit 100 billion yuan for the third consecutive year. A surge in missed repayment obligations the past 2 weeks, driving onshore delinquencies to $15.8 billion, according to Bloomberg data. The offshore figure, $8.1 billion. Investors are running scared now in the world's second largest credit market. Among the most notable losers you can see there, state-owned companies. Investors have been concerned about whether or not the government is going to let them default. They haven't missed debt payments, and all four are rated AAA by Chinese domestic rating firms. But a surprise default by a state-owned Chinese coal producer last month cast doubt on the guarantees that have long underpinned the idea that you could just buy into the government-backed borrowers. Crackdown on unregulated lending that the government put in place, shadow banking, and tighter rules on asset management, making it harder to borrow there as corporate debt to GDP surged to a record 160% at the end of 2017 and still rising, John.
We learned the hard way a long time ago, didn't we? They're AAA until they're not.
They're not.
Mike, great to catch up, as always. Mike Contopoulos of RB Advisors saying China debt defaults are healthy. He says the following: debt defaults will be part of the move to free markets as the government lets bad debts fail. This is a healthy, if not painful, way to de-lever. This has been an ongoing issue and will likely continue to be one as long as you have a transition occurring in China's economy. Mike joins us now over the phone. Mike, great to catch up, sir. So no need to worry about contagion coming from some of these names.
Well, you know, thanks for having me on, John. I think, you know, as we sit back and think about emerging markets broadly, I'm glad that you separate China from the rest of broader EM, because they really are two very different stories at the moment. You know, in China, as Mike mentioned, you have this transition to free markets and the lack of a backstop from the government that you've probably had in the past. And quite frankly, I think that is incredibly healthy. Right? The government doesn't want to tolerate bad actors. Remember, too, up into this month, the number of defaults of SOEs was pretty consistent with past years. But what we had started to see was that deal docs were pretty egregious, and Vice Premier Li said, listen, enough is enough. And you know, I think that's near-term pain for probably long-term gain.
So you've got to separate the China credit story from EM credit. That I understand, Mike. But for many people, they've used the EM trade as a derivative as a stronger China economy. Are you saying there should be a little bit more nuance than that?
I do think there should be more nuances. You know, think about broader EM at the moment. We've had defaults in Argentina. We've had defaults in Ecuador. We've seen Lebanon default. We've seen South Africa downgraded. You know, these are all major economies that are seeing either defaults or downgrades occur, regardless of what's going on with China, regardless of support from the Chinese economy over the last several years. They haven't been able to stave off defaults and downgrades in other areas of emerging markets. Think about it from the coronavirus crisis that we're seeing today. China has a much better handle on COVID than the rest of EM and arguably even developed countries like the United States. And so as we think about sort of differentiating between China and the broader emerging market universe, I think you have to acknowledge that, you know, yes, in the past, what has been good for China has been good for EM. And in the future, that also may be the case. But for the time being, we're not seeing that really flow through.
Mike, I want to finish on this, looking out to next year. Almost the end of November, naturally, we've already established a pretty sizable consensus on the outlook for 2021. Vaccinations start, global synchronized growth starts to come through. That starts to bleed into the equity market. International outperforms. You get a weaker dollar in the mix as well. Mike, are you comfortable with how strong that consensus is right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is something to be said about the consensus trade. I think, near term, you certainly are probably going to see bouts of weakness followed by bouts of strength. I think, in the rates market, what we've seen is generally speaking, the rates market look through to further growth, similar to what equities are doing at the moment with small caps and sort of the rotation trade into value. I don't think we're in the clear, though. And as an investor, I still think you should be balanced. At RBA, we currently manage a pretty balanced portfolio across both fixed income and equities. With a tilt towards value, I feel like that's the right approach as we go into 2021 and hopefully a further recovery and vaccine for everybody in the world.
Mike, come back soon. Potentially before year end. I'd love to talk US credit with you for a little bit longer. Mike Contopoulos there of RB Advisors on the situation. Send my best to the team for Thanksgiving as well, please. Let's get back to the market desk. 22 minutes into the session. Equities doing what equities do. Over the last couple of weeks, equities advance. Here's Abigail.
John, well, it certainly is risk on, especially sector-wise. I would argue that the sector composition is more risk on in the S&P 500s. Let's call it 0.6% gain. So if we take a look at the sectors, most of the sectors, 10 of the 11 S&P 500 sectors are higher. The one sector that is not higher, tech. So that money is coming out of the Apples and the Nvidias of the world as it goes into energy, financials, industrials, materials. This is exactly what's been happening over the last few days, weeks, and even over the last 2 months. John, you and I over the last several months, and you with all of your many guests have been talking about the cyclical trade. Can it take hold? On a monthly basis, it has very much taken hold, even on a quarterly basis. The top sectors for the S&P 500 this month, take a look at energy, financials, industrials, materials, all sharply higher. Energy, in fact, on the true month, up about 35%, heading, as you know, to its best month ever. That catch-up trade, investors want in on those beaten-down sectors, not reflected in the S&P 500 overall because of the lower weightings, but nonetheless, huge, huge gains. Very impressive.
It continues. Abigail, thank you. Coming up on this program, the market-moving events you need to know in our trading diary. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
It is possible we could have negative growth if this resurgence gets bad enough and mobility falls off enough.
We knew that things were going to slow down after the bounce back in the third quarter, and you're seeing that in the data now.
We're going to be well into 2021 before there's some sort of equilibrium that we achieve.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
You're used to this story now. Stocks up, cyclicals outperforming, small caps on top. Let's get you the trading diary. What you need to be watching this week. Let's start with U.S. consumer confidence coming at the top of the hour. St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard speaking at 11 a.m. Eastern. President-elect Joe Biden announcing another round of cabinet nominees at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Plus, we get the FOMC minutes on Wednesday. And finally, U.S. markets closing Thursday for the Thanksgiving holiday. I'll catch up with you Friday and tomorrow. For our audience worldwide, this was the countdown to the Open. 26 minutes into the session, we advance. Catch me on Twitter at Faro TV to continue the conversation. This is Bloomberg TV.
We have some good news in terms of vaccines and a chance to overcome the health crisis, but we are not there yet.
We need the fiscal stimulus, and we need it relatively quickly because I can see where the second wave's coming. You can see consumer spending beginning to get impacted again.
What we need surveillance to be stronger. We need public health measures because you have no other way at the beginning. This is your best weapon and you need to use it well.
The good news is that both the vaccines and the therapeutics, in particular the antibodies, are coming along and will start to bring that number way down.
We don't just need more investment in public health. We must also rethink how we value health.
I do believe a targeted fiscal stimulus is going to be in order to really begin a more equalized economy.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan and out to Arecibo.
Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things, they're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has come in here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá tan solo? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things of in life happens, you know. I'm here by myself. So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de Rivera. This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, I mean, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji like you use the most to send to each other?
So there's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically. Bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue. And it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date, and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname Pocahontas. Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on t-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law, with its swagger and ill-fitting suits, caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
It's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for
It's only Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
And from that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it is widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believes that she had sent, this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. election.
Yes.
the U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world, yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, come to USA, 24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比你高。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你长。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们长。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma's an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different?
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Value-Ag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, it is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
It's a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's a stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours, start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table, once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question?
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? I'm like, it was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I did the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. And it's just more entertaining. We just edit it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch.
This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chigga like me, that was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1. I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
He's hot.
That's my dad, son. Did you guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers, touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said it feels like I've been released from prison. Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah.
And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's
Jade.
Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya. When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time.
Yeah, my love.
A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
He's written it out bigger on the board. Thank you.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. There's still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work. I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I've ended up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I could stretch it. I could throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Mayron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, and why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいやってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになってきて。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。逆に初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning, who used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks.
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit.
And action!
This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh.
But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone is a girl? Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like,
Canada.
Is your daughter making videos? And my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What if everyone it's a girl, Superwoman?
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rusovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope, and so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rusovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in the laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did, and should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. It's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. That was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company, and that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner. And they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas_a_chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned even if there are swerves ahead.
Laura, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers. Yeah. Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera, that is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of...
Profits will help. So at some point, we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got a sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
But some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
mean
in
to a layman like me? Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want there's an autonomous car, yes or no, and we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars, you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people.
That's telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement at the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, you know, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership, so it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, you know, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and you know, it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question. I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in the space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative, I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Live from my home in New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. It is Tuesday, November 24th, 2020. And yeah, everything is awesome. Well, it certainly seems that way if you just look at the equity markets. The Dow rallying to top 30,000 for the first time. And hey, everybody, reminder, we are still in the midst of a global health pandemic, in case you forgot. So we're going to be talking about that a lot over the next 4 hours. All right, let's get you going on this Tuesday with a check on that trading day. Let's bring in Charlie Pellet. Another record, Charlie.
Another record indeed. Look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average with a 30,000 handle. History on this Tuesday, November 24th. The Dow up 436 points as I speak, up 1.5%. S&P surging 57 points, up 1.6%. Nasdaq up 164, up by 1.4%. And worth putting those year-to-date numbers in perspective, Nasdaq now up by 34.25%. The Dow up 12.52%. The Dow, I should say, is up 5.2%. It is the S&P that is up now by 12.51%. 10-year down 5/30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.87%. Gold lower, down 1.8%, down $32 the ounce at $18.05. West Texas Intermediate crude up 4.3% at $44.91. Travel leisure stocks surging today among the big four. On the airlines, UAL up 8% right now. American Airlines Group up 9.6%. Delta up 5.4%. Southwest up by 3.3%. And checking the big three three cruise line names here in the United States. Carnival Corp up 10%, Royal Caribbean up 6.9%, Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings up 5.7%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser on this Tuesday. Let's set the Business Week agenda. To do that, let's bring in Katie Greifeld. She's cross-asset reporter at Bloomberg News. She's back in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Dave Wilson is also with us, stocks editor at Bloomberg News on the remote access from New Jersey. Dave, you know, if you're a bull in this market, you're pretty happy. But let's not forget that Main Street and Wall Street, they're not the same thing.
No, they're not. And, certainly, you've kind of seen that really for the past 8 months now. I mean, ever since stocks have started rallying from the lows of March, there's been this sort of disconnect between what we're seeing in the market and what we're seeing in the economy. And it certainly shows up on a day like today, when you have energy stocks taking off, with crude oil above $45 a barrel here in New York, and, the more economically sensitive areas of the market really leading the way. If you look at the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500, that's pretty well evident at this point. Just consider that, beyond energy, you got financial companies, raw material producers, industrial companies, all at the forefront of the game. Whereas, you look at healthcare and the makers of consumer staples like food, beverage, tobacco, trailing. I mean, that said, all 11 groups are up, and it's a really broad-based advance at this point. 5 stocks up almost in the S&P 500 for every one that's down. So, it's a pretty solid move here.
All right. So, Katie Greifeld, you agree? Pretty solid?
I would say so. I mean, if you just look at the numbers, it just feels like a full court press in the stock market. I mean, the S&P 500, the Russell 2000 hitting record highs today. And it's interesting. You also see tech up as well. If you look at the Nasdaq 100, it's up 1.5%, but it's really those back to normal names that are leading gains. You look at Carnival, MGM Resorts, Planet Fitness. They're all having great days, as is Boeing, and that's a big reason why the Dow was finally able to push past 30,000 after it feels like we've been on 30,000 watch for a long time now.
Well, listen, guys, we know how this works, right? And go back a month, go back 3 weeks ago, go back 2 weeks ago, go back to just after the election. There was a lot of stress, certainly out there in kind of the world at large. We were watching virus numbers go up. We were seeing, a contested U.S. election. There were a lot of concerns. Since then, we've had 3 companies come out and talk about their progress in vaccine development. We're starting to, and I'm finding this increasingly with the CEOs that I talk to that say, listen, we're not out of the woods yet. We know that. But we're starting to kind of get an idea of maybe how 2021, Dave, looks. And that means we've got some visibility.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are a number of companies that are still kind of reluctant to give much of a sense for the fourth quarter. Sort of in keeping with what they did in March and April.
Well, maybe not giving numbers, Dave, but at least saying, okay, like we're starting to see the path forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll give you a perfect example of that. Biggest gain in the S&P 500 right now, Dollar Tree up 13%. Now, they didn't give fourth quarter forecast per se, but they did say that, sales at their 2 chains, because they've got Dollar Tree and Family Dollar, that they're higher on what they call a same-store basis for the first few weeks of this quarter than they were last quarter when they beat analyst estimates. So now you've got a stock that's up 13%. It does go to show you that, even with the last few weeks, you're seeing it, and certainly to the extent that people are looking ahead to this quarter and the coming year, I mean, there's some reason for optimism here.
Well, Katie Greifeld, I feel like whenever there's any doubt, though, the optimism comes quickly back into the tech market. So much for everyone saying, throw out the big tech. I mean, the trade, continues to, propel the Nasdaq certainly higher here.
That's true. And I know we've talked about it on this program before, but it makes sense. When people were dumping tech last week, the week before last, I mean, it does make sense. You want to sell the winners to buy the losers that have a better outlook. But I mean, if you think about the companies that are in the Nasdaq 100, all those FANG names, they're going to do well in an environment of better growth. Probably. If the economy is doing better, that's not a death sentence for companies like Facebook and Amazon. You know, this rally can certainly, of course, broaden out, and they might not rise as much as names that have just been beaten down the past few months.
Right.
But it's not necessarily a reason to sell them right away.
Well, what's
Can I
interesting?
just throw in Tesla
Please.
while we're at it?
You know, Dave Wilson, I love you. Mind meld, because it's exactly the story I pulled up on my Bloomberg, because it hit the $500 billion mark.
Yeah, and absolutely. And since this company was named to the S&P 500, it doesn't even go in there until the 21st of December. So we're talking about now the 6th trading day. It's up 36%.
Exactly. Man, Kathy Wood, I just go back how many years ago when people were doubting Tesla, and she made her base case, you know, fundamentally in terms of these industries, these companies that are disrupting, and she was spot on. And it continues to be such a big story here in 2020, but it's just pretty remarkable to see that Tesla run. Dave, quick cheese on your chart of the day that's coming up.
Oh, we've already mentioned what's happening with indexes. The Russell 2000 is playing some serious catch-up to the extent that it may end up with a record month.
Kind of wild this time that we're living in. All right, guys, thank you so much. Dave Wilson, he's going to be back a little bit later on with his stock and chart of the day. He is Bloomberg News stocks editor. Katie Greifeld, thank you so much. Cross-asset reporter at Bloomberg News. She's back in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. All right, so we've got a record on the Dow topping 30,000. We're going to obviously continue to watch that as we get to the closing bell. But so important as we face another wave of COVID, thinking about and doing something about preventive health. We keep hearing this from our medical community. Dr. Rachel Eva Drew is co-founder of Modi Health. She's going to join us on preventive health and wellness programs. Also on the virus, we've got the Business Week story on the data heroes that are the COVID tracking project, filling really a big, big government hole. On the Biden cabinet and the president's refusal to concede, we're going to check in with Bloomberg News political contributor and Iona College professor of political science, Jeannie Zaino, a favorite of mine. She's going to be back with us. And 'tis the season, and boy, what kind of a holiday shopping season will it be? We've got the president and CEO of the International Council of Shopping Centers. We'll check in with her. Also, we're going to talk about cold storage, the next hot thing when it comes to real estate. And our market watcher, you've heard her several times on our air. She's been letting the dogs out and investors in on one of this year's hot investments. We're talking about Chewy. We're going to see what Hillary Kramer has to say about that investment now. We've also got HP earnings after the closing bell. So a lot coming up in the next 4 hours. In the meantime, the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day, one number that tells us a lot. Today's number, kind of small, $2.11. The national average for unleaded gasoline is $2.11 a gallon. It is the lowest for this time of year since 2015. And while AAA expects the coronavirus pandemic will keep more people at home over the holiday, they estimate 95% of travelers will go by automobile. So check it out. All right, right now, let's check out world and national news. For that, it's over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Well, President-elect Joe Biden is crafting his administration, announcing today his national security team. It'll be led by his long-term advisor, Tony Blinken, who will serve, if confirmed, as Secretary of State. And former Secretary of State John Kerry will lead on climate change.
Together, these public servants will restore America globally, its global leadership, and its moral leadership, and will ensure that our service members, diplomats, and intelligence professionals can do their job free of politics.
Biden said he's pleased that his administration has officially been allowed to begin the transition process, which means access to funding as well as offices. Senate Democrats are asking YouTube to take down misleading election-related videos. Bloomberg's Amy Morris has more from Washington.
The senators say they have deep concern over election misinformation on YouTube, especially videos targeting runoff elections in Georgia. Hours of footage have cropped up in recent weeks, questioning the election results and pushing unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud. YouTube didn't take those videos down, but did say that they've made them harder for people to find. The senators also asked YouTube to share how much advertising revenue it's earned from videos showing election misinformation. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Well, while the country sees a surge in coronavirus cases, the White House is moving on with its holiday plans that include a full host of festivities and holiday parties. Melania Trump's spokeswoman says attending the parties will be a personal choice. The CDC has been pleading with Americans not to spend the holiday with people from outside their households. Global news, 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, appreciate that update. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master joining me right now is Charlie Pellet of Bloomberg News. Charlie, man, I've been talking about this all morning. New York City is going to have vehicle checkpoints at key bridges and crossings during the Thanksgiving holiday period. They will strictly enforce its coronavirus travel quarantine. Remember back in the spring when Rhode Island was stopping troopers? I think Rhode Island troopers were stopping people who were coming into the state. Well, that's kind of what this is, but now it's New York.
Exactly. And I just do want to pass along some coronavirus-related headlines from the Bloomberg, Carol. This out of France. France's President Emmanuel Macron has announced a gradual lockdown easing from November 28th. They do plan to open ski resorts in January, and says from December 15th, the lockdown can be ended. Shops will be able to reopen, and the lockdown will ease gradually from Saturdays. So these headlines coming out of France as we talk about what's happening here in the United States.
Well, it's interesting because France's number of COVID-19 patients in intensive care, it's forecast to fall below 3,000 by the end of November and below 1,500 by mid-December. That's by some forecasts coming out of the country. So what we're seeing is, and we're watching this, right, Charlie? What's going on in Europe? What's going on in the UK specifically? The second wave certainly came there before it came here. And so we're starting to see them. They had locked down, gotten some of it under control. And so maybe that makes sense that they're perhaps a few weeks, if you will, or maybe a month ahead of what we're seeing in the U.S., because it certainly feels like our trajectory, we're headed in the other direction.
And that is so important as to why I wanted to bring those headlines in, just to put the two in context and see where we may be heading. But in the meantime, some sobering headlines from Governor Cuomo saying that New York State's heading toward a major surge in corona cases, at least a 20% increase over the holiday season. They say at the low end, experts in New York could see a 20% increase in cases between now and January, with the positive test rate reaching 12.46%.
And the WHO says we're going to have to probably take precautions against COVID well into 2021. Charlie, thank you. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Energy companies surging as oil moves above $45 a barrel. Bitcoin rallies past $19,000. Records right now for the Dow, the S&P, Russell 2000, Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, the SOX, and Dow Transports. Right to the numbers. I'll give you the why in a moment. The S&P up 54, up 1.52%. The Dow up 420, up 1.4%. Nasdaq up 148, up by 1.4%. The Nasdaq 100 index also up 1.4%. 10-year down 6/32, 10-year yield 0.87%. Gold is down 1.8%, $18.05 the ounce, lower by $33 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude just below $45 a barrel now, $44.88 on a TI West Texas Intermediate, higher today by 4.2%. Big day on Wall Street. Again, history with the Dow surging above 30,000. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So you've been listening to the virus headlines on this Tuesday, New York City with checkpoints around the Thanksgiving holiday. We've also heard the World Health Organization come out and say that people will probably have to take precautions against COVID-19 for the next year as countries continue to vaccinate and actually need some time to vaccinate their population. So just some of our headlines on this Tuesday. Let's bring in, though, with an interesting perspective on really our whole wellness situation, if you will, against the pandemic. Let's bring in Dr. Rachel Dew. She's board-certified doctor of natural medicine, and she's also the CEO of Modi Health. She joins us on the phone in Los Angeles. Dr. Dew, nice to have you here with us. How are you? What has your world been like on the West Coast, and especially with some of your patients?
Hi, Carol. Well, thank you so much for having me on. It has certainly been an interesting season, right? So we are all having to make so many adjustments and transitions, not just in how we care for patients, but also how we care for ourselves in this time. So we're seeing a lot of those adjustments and the need to be more flexible and to really take personal accountability.
What does that mean, though? Break it down. So if I'm a patient and I'm listening to that, I'm sitting at home and I've got stresses of working, I've got stresses of taking care of my family, what are you telling me?
Absolutely. So, look, this pandemic, we have the concerns around catching COVID-19. We have that, but also the pandemic has really caused an uptick in many other health crises, right? From mental health and emotional health to physical health, everything from injuries, illness, and chronic disease. And, this is really due to patients avoiding in-person care due to safety concerns and putting off treatment and things like that, right? Mm-hmm. So telemedicine has been providing a solution to meet these concerns, and now telecare is really easier and safer to access in order to get that continued care, right? So we're seeing this as a major shift that we've needed to take in order to care for ourselves, and also practitioners needing to care for their patients. But what we also see is that the need is greater now more than ever for a whole person care approach, really an integrative approach. And that really includes not only traditional healthcare, prevention, but also well-being.
Well, listen, and I'm going to be quite honest with you. You're preaching to the choir, because I'm someone who certainly believes in kind of that holistic approach when it comes to healthcare, having done yoga for 25 years and, believe in meditation and things like that, that you really do need to take care of your whole being. It's just not physically, it's not just about physical ailments, but it's also about mental well-being. And I do wonder, is there something about this time of crisis, and it's conversations that I've had, to be quite honest, with a bunch of my guests about, are we looking at, our health very differently? Will we come out of it being smarter in terms of preventive health and thinking about kind of holistic care when it comes to our well-being?
Absolutely. And I think that that's one of the positives that's coming out of this pandemic. What we're seeing, so at Modi Health, we're the only telemedicine and telewellness integrative platform in the industry.
What does that mean? Because there's lots of telemedicine out there.
Sure.
We just talked with Susan Line yesterday. She's a venture capitalist, saying, that's one of the things that all of a sudden it has just taken off. So tell me about what that means, that integrative platform.
Sure, absolutely. So while there are many telemedicine platforms out there, and there's a lot of wellness platforms out there, like health clubs are moving classes, and yoga, as you mentioned, are moving classes online, there's really no marriage between the two of this holistic care and traditional care. So at Modi Health, on our integrative platform, we offer access to virtual care with both traditional medical practitioners as well as complementary alternative and natural, and then also wellness, things like mental health practitioners, life coaches, fitness instructors, nutritionists, all of those different types of needs under one virtual roof to be accessed. And I think that that's what's critical right now. And we're seeing at Modi Health, so many people are focusing on wellness and prevention through a more holistic approach or a whole person approach to health. And so people that are coming to our platform are really concerned about being as healthy and also as resilient as possible.
Who is your demo? Who comes to your platform?
Every person you can possibly imagine. So we have, all different types of care available for people that are younger demographic, millennials. We have baby boomers and everything in between. Really, the pandemic has created this massive need to shift and begin using online platforms to access care. So it's really invited people that may not have considered doing that type of care before. It's really invited them into using and experiencing the ease and safety of telecare.
Well, and one thing I want to get into, and I've got to do a little bit of world and national news, but I do want maybe something to think about, and then we can come back and discuss. But I just do wonder about the traditional insurance industry and healthcare program and infrastructure that's set up, if they are increasingly embracing kind of alternative forms of treatment. We've seen something like acupuncture gone from kind of being an outlier to being much more accepted. And I do wonder if we're starting to see even a more significant shift when it comes certainly to reimbursement for different types of treatments and what you're seeing. So sit tight if you would for a second, Dr. Du, and then we'll come back and continue. We're going to get back to our guest at this hour. We're talking about Dr. Du, board certified doctor of natural medicine and CEO of Modi Health, joining us on the phone in Los Angeles. Quick check on the markets, because once again, we see risk trade. It is on. We're just hovering at our best levels, up about 1.5% on the S&P 500. The Dow up about 421 points, a gain of 1.4%. And the Nasdaq's up about 144 points, and it is good for a gain of 1.2%. This is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday. I'm Carol Massar. We're going to get back to Dr. Rachel Dew. She is the CEO of Modi Health, and we'll get back to her talking really about holistic thinking when it comes to our well-being. So we'll continue that in just a sec. Hey, let's get back to your top business stories. A check on that trading day. Here is once again Charlie Pellett.
All right, I thank you very much. Holding close to records, off session highs, Carol, but right now the S&P up 49 points, up 1.4%. Stocks have rallied to records. Oil has surged past $45 a barrel. The dollar fell as the formal start of President-elect Joe Biden's transition and his cabinet post-elections spurred investors into risk assets. Dow Jones Industrial Average making history, climbing to 30,000 for the first time, led by a 5% rally today in Boeing. So here's where we stand. The S&P 500 index up 50, now at 3628, up 1.4%. The Dow is up 393 points, up 1.3%. Nasdaq is up 138, up by 1.2%. 10-year down 730 seconds. 10-year yield right now 0.87%. Gold is down 1.8%. An ounce of the precious metal down $32 now at $18.05. And crude West Texas Intermediate up 4.2%, 44.86 right now on West Texas Intermediate crude. Hospitalizations are on the rise because of coronavirus as vaccines are in the works. Dr. Amish Dalja is senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
For the next several months, hospital capacity in the U.S. and around the world is going to be the major factor because these vaccines are going to be coming, but they're not going to be available in big enough quantities to make a dent on all of the patients that are already hospitalized. There's around 80,000 Americans hospitalized now. That's something that we have to get through, and it's going to only continue as we go through the Thanksgiving holidays and we see that expected surge that's going to occur.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. And among the drug companies with recent vaccine announcements, shares of AstraZeneca down today, down 1.75%. Pfizer is up 0.3%. And Moderna shares, they are trading lower by 3.4%. Recapping, stocks at a record. The Dow right now 29,984, off session highs up 393, up 1.3%. S&P up 1.4%. I'm Charlie Pellett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much for that update. I want to get right back to our guest, Dr. Rachel Dew. She is board-certified doctor of natural medicine, CEO of Modi Health, still with us on the phone from Los Angeles. So, Dr. Dew, I totally get what you guys are doing, and I do think when it comes to healthcare, we do need to think about kind of top to bottom, all the layers that make up a person's well-being, right? And there's different forms of treatment. There's certainly, traditional medicine. There's, evolving medicine. There's just different things that are out there, and you really do feel like it's maybe not one person, but multiple people who really have to look at someone and say, okay, here's the full picture, right? And here's the different things you can be doing. Having said that, I do feel like kind of newer waves of thinking or newer ways of thinking when it comes to healthcare, your traditional insurance companies aren't so great to embrace it, at least not so quickly. So where are we on that?
Absolutely. I am so glad that you brought this up. It's something that I'm hugely passionate about. So we have a unique approach at Modi Health since we are founded by practitioners. And we really believe that patient care needs to shift. The patient care should be dictated by doctors, not health insurance companies. And right now, most holistic or alternative care, as you mentioned, is out of pocket, which not only limits access, but it really restricts access to those who are unable to afford that kind of care out of pocket. So at Modi Health, we've addressed that by making consults more affordable. But as we're shifting and as we are seeing this whole person care approach, and we're seeing so much more research and data that is pointing to the future of health, including that type of whole person care, with the future of health insurance reimbursements, there's a huge market demand, and that's only going to continue to grow. So insurance companies will eventually need to address this by increasing wellness care, complementary and alternative care coverage, and also reimbursement. So we need to shift the focus on keeping people well versus just treating health crises and problems once they arise.
So how do we do that? I mean, if anything, the pandemic has unearthed and laid bare once again is the inequities that are out there, right? And it's easy maybe for some of us to say, okay, I can focus on well care, right? Wellness care, because I've got the time, I've got employers who understand, and I've got a great health care plan. There are those folks who are just trying to, pay the rent and keep food on their table for their families. And, health care is often a emergency situation, if you will. And that's really important if we're going to raise the wellness of society. So how do we deal with that? Which is so important, right? I mean,
yes,
we keep doing things that people who are already in a good place get to kind of tap into. But it's if we're gonna learn anything from this past year, right, is figuring it out how more people get to benefit from the successes of society.
I completely agree with you. It's such a critical point. I mean, we're really seeing this shift when it comes to wellness and preventative and alternative care. We're seeing that it's becoming only accessible by the wealthy. So it's becoming, a social level of achievement to be able to access. But we've got to make this type of not only care, but healthy lifestyle choices and options more affordable and accessible to the masses. And, that's something we're really passionate about, and we work really hard at Modi Health to do, not only by making, consults more affordable to live virtual care, but we've come up with some creative solutions, and really it's going to take all of us doing, putting our minds towards creatively solving this problem. So, what we've done is we've created a health streaming service. So where someone might not be able to afford meeting with a nutritionist or a personal trainer or a health coach, for example, they might be able to afford a $9, a month virtual streaming service that gives them access to all different types of health and wellness classes and health education and fitness classes. So it's really about getting creative in order to solve this.
Right, which is what it's going to take. It's interesting. The Bloomberg New Economy Forum was just held virtually with global leaders, and one of the verticals, one of the pillars is all about health. And this whole concept of, how do we learn from what happened this year in terms of the virus? But more importantly, too, is how do we fix some of those ailments, whether it's heart disease, whether it's lung disease, whether it's cancer, that, certainly has an impact on people generally, but also holds back society from being even more prosperous than it could be. So these are good conversations to have. Dr. Du, thank you so much. Good luck, and once we'd love to hear back from you as you guys continue to proceed with what you're doing. Dr. Rachel Du, she is board certified doctor of natural medicine. She is CEO of Modi Health, joining us on this Tuesday on the phone from Los Angeles. All right, we do want to get another check on world and national news. For that, back over to Nancy Lyons. She is in D.C. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Carol. Well, President-elect Joe Biden says he's proud of the team of foreign policy experts he's nominating for his administration. It'll be led by his longtime advisor, Tony Blinken, as Secretary of State, and former Hillary Clinton aide Jake Sullivan as National Security Advisor.
It's a team that reflects the fact that America is back, ready to lead the world, not retreat from it. Once again, sit at the head of the table.
Biden has promised to seek multilateral approaches to common problems like climate change, the coronavirus pandemic, and arms control. Los Angeles County, the nation's largest, is on the brink of a stay-at-home order just days before Thanksgiving. A swell of new cases yesterday pushed the county over an average of 4,500 cases a day. Public Health Director Barbara Ferrer.
At the end of the day, more people are becoming infected at their jobs, in their homes, and in their community. And this results in much more transmission across the county.
A stay-at-home order, if imposed, would be the first such action since mid-March, when California Governor Gavin Newsom issued a statewide order that closed schools and most shops. A statewide curfew took effect over the weekend. Well, it's something out of 2001: A Space Odyssey. Officials in Utah say while conducting an aerial count of bighorn sheep in Red Rock County, the air crew saw a shiny metallic block sticking out of the ground. This is one of the officials at the scene.
Okay.
Who does this kind of stuff?
They say there's no evidence on who's behind the silver monolith or how it got there. It's in such a remote area they won't say where it is to avoid people getting hurt trying to find it. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Charlie Pellet. Where was that, Charlie?
Where was Princeton University?
No.
Oh, they didn't say exactly.
What Nancy was talking about.
All I could think is Pellet's planning a trip to go take a look at that monolith there. It's.
I was trying to check that out and look for a picture of it.
Exactly. Where it is, what it is, why it's there.
We all want to know. We all want to know.
Exactly. And with all of the other things going on in the world, what are we talking about? We're talking about monoliths. But
we are. Well, we all need kind of a break from some stuff every once in a while.
Boy, you are so right about that.
Well, having said that, you mentioned Princeton because this is a story among our most read on the Bloomberg today. It's by Janet Lauren, who covers all things academia, universities, the finance of higher education. Princeton inviting all enrolled undergrads back to campus for the spring term that begins in February. They're going to take precautions, but welcome back.
Exactly. And this story just resonates on so many levels.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a member of a college, staff, administration, faculty, president, there are so many issues in bringing kids back. The economics of this. Colleges need students on campus. Towns need to have students on campus, especially when their economy is tied to that college or university. Parents, they're thinking, hey, if Princeton's opening up so junior can go to Princeton, does that mean my kid can get out of the basement and start forget about remote learning and return to real schools?
There's an underlying thing I'm hearing. Charlie Pellet needs to be back on campus.
Oh man, I would. Do you ever see the movie Back to School? But this time around, I would go back instead of telling the teacher my thoughts. I would actually learn something and focus. But we digress.
So listen, they do say parties and most other social gatherings will still be prohibited. Masking and social distancing requirements will apply throughout throughout campus. And they did caution that they may need to lock down again, Charlie. But this is, listen, we watch the numbers. That's how it works.
And very briefly, Carol, if it's Princeton's today, who else might it be in the future?
Exactly. We will watch because people certainly watch what happens when it comes to the Ivies. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all advancing. Dow Jones Industrial Average at 30,004 right now, up 415 points, up 1.4%. The Dow topping 30,000 for the first time. Investors piling into risk assets as a series of market-friendly developments unleash animal spirits on Wall Street. The S&P up 53, up 1.5% at 3631. A record, by the way, on the S&P. Nasdaq shy of a record, up 1.2% right now at 12,021, up by 141 points. 10-year down 8/32, 10-year yield 0.88%. We've got gold down 1.8%, 1804 the ounce. Gold is down again, $33 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 4%, surging $1.72 a barrel, helping lift oil stocks today. WTI 44.77 a barrel. United Parcel Services set up its own dry ice production and will provide portable super cold freezers to its healthcare customers as the courier prepares for the massive rollout of vaccines against COVID-19. UPS shares, they're up now by 3.1%. Rival FedEx up by 2.3%. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. And we're going to actually talk about cold storage being kind of the hot new thing when it comes to real estate. We'll do that a little bit later on our broadcast. All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and safe to say there are many heroes that have stepped up during this global health pandemic, and that includes this really cool story about a small army of data gatherers. And most of them are volunteers, and they have become perhaps the most trusted source on how the pandemic is unfolding in the U.S. Let's get into this story with Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber. He's on the phone in Brooklyn, along with Bloomberg News U.S. healthcare team leader Drew Armstrong, reporting once again for Business Week. Drew with another incredible story, Joel.
Yeah, we like to keep Drew busy. I hope to have many more Drew Armstrong stories in our future. This is one that he came to us with, and as we started talking about it, I was like, wow, this is actually just a great story for the moment, because these are basically data heroes.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about the people behind the COVID tracking project. And at the beginning of the year, we didn't have any data about how many cases there were, and you would have expected the federal government to fill that void, and federal government's still not there, and these folks have just kind of kept it going. So Drew, tell us more about who they are, what they do, and you know, I want to know more because you also did some of this data entry yourself, actually.
Yeah, you know, it was a fascinating story to work on, in part because I think that it really revealed some of the weaknesses with this country and its ability to react to a unknown crisis. You look at disease agencies like the CDC, which I have to say are full of very kind, very smart people trying very, very hard. But when they were confronted with this kind of new unknown disease, it showed us how bad we actually were at being able to find out what was going on in the country. And this project was basically an effort to try and answer the question of how hard are we looking for COVID, and this was back in early March, and how much of it are we finding? And what they began to discover as they did the really gritty work of just calling around states and scraping state websites and pulling data from states was that we weren't looking for it nearly as hard as we thought we were, and we didn't really have a great grip on how big the outbreak was or wasn't. It's then evolved into this thing, which is a very authoritative source of statistics on how COVID is spreading, where hospitals are, what the death count is, and things like that. But at the start, it was just fundamentally about asking, you know, what's going on, and are we finding as much of this stuff is actually there?
Well, Drew, I got to say, as we all kind of pat ourselves on our back, you know, enter a couple of journalists and then a really other smart investor, basically.
Yeah, you know, the one thing I will say with these folks, and you mentioned there's a handful of journalists, Alexis Madrigal and Robinson Meyer over at The Atlantic, who are kind of started a version of this. One of Alexis's college friends was this guy, Jeff Hammerbacher, who actually started the data team at Facebook. And they teamed up with a woman named Erin Kassane, who essentially is her job title kind of defies description, but she builds communities and works with tech tools and journalism. And what they eventually pulled together was a basically just a Google sheet to go and start answering these questions and cataloging these data. But it took this really unique combination of curious journalists, some serious data and numbers talent, and somebody who could help build the communities they had. And the community is something that they emphasize over and over again. This thing is powered by volunteers, people who show up into their Slack room. It's the only place this organization exists, and do the hard work of going to state websites and pulling this data every single day. And it's just a lot of work to be able to pull this together, but they've been doing it for 9 months. It's amazing that they built this kind of volunteer-powered engine to do this stuff that's basically data gathering day in, day out, to better understand this pandemic and bring some sense to it.
And Drew, you raised your hand to actually help enter some data. How'd that go?
This was wonderful of them. They really trusted me, and they said, we want you to understand, both what we do, how we do it, and also the culture that is behind this whole thing and the volunteer effort. So they invited me into their Slack. They put me through a data gathering training that they did with everybody else. So I was on a Zoom call with lots of other people around America, seeing everybody's living room behind their computer camera, just like I was. They taught me how to go through their process, and I worked a data gathering shift, entering everything from the, hospitalization data in Maine, to what was going on in some other states. One of the things you realize when you do this work is just how disjointed that data gathering system is. Some states have wonderful portals that is, updated every day. The definitions of what counts as a test, as a positive, so on and so forth, are very clear. Others are not at all. I mean, Hawaii, when I was doing this, the place you had to go to get the number of hospitalizations in the state was the lieutenant governor's Instagram account, which when you think about a country like the United States, that's insane. Like, that is not where we should be getting this type of public health data.
So, Drew, let's just stay on the data for a second, because I think one of the things that they've also sort of done that you kind of talk about in the story is that they've actually sort of effectively helped standardize what the data is even. Can you talk more about that element of the story and the effort?
Yeah, one of the things that is really, really, really important that I think is hard to appreciate until you've tried to make sense of medical data is that it's vitally important that you have kind of standard definitions for what stuff is, so that a test means a certain kind of test, or do you separate out the different types of COVID tests that get run into different categories? And they ran across this problem of, states didn't all report the same information. Sometimes they would report things that seemed like they were similar, but in fact were not. They started to give states grades, letter grades, basically say, okay, this state gets an A+ for the type of data it reports, this one gets a D. And the reason for that was they had someone on their advisory board who had worked in government who said, I know this seems stupid, but government officials really love grades. And, when they started giving out these letter grades, one of the things they saw was that the states that had done well, they had public health officials and the governors out there saying, hey, we got an A+. They gave us an A+, this prominent website that everybody's looking at thinks we're really great. And they began to see other states make efforts to get more transparent, to get better about standardizing their data. They have helped kind of push along the quality of this data to better understand this.
Listen, there's so many good moving parts in this story. I love where you say the project is a demonstration, of citizen know-how and civic dedication at a time when the country feels like it's being pulled apart, right? So when all else fails and you feel like things aren't working, like you see the community come together, and we understood that the importance of community, especially when it came to COVID, how important it was, and to see them come together on the COVID tracking project is pretty remarkable and really makes you feel good ahead of this Thanksgiving Day holiday. Drew, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We'll put this story out on Twitter for everybody. Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber, along with Bloomberg News U.S. healthcare team leader Drew Armstrong. Read everything that Drew puts out at Bloomberg.com. For those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to continue. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business is coming up next. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and we are Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Tuesday, November 24th. A rally underway. History for the Dow topping 30,000 for the first time. Investors are piling into risk assets as a series of market-friendly developments unleash animal spirits on Wall Street. S&P at a record spurred by the formal start of President-elect Joe Biden's transition. News that all but remove the threat of a contested transfer of power. Investors also woke up with a clear sense of what Biden's Treasury Department will have in policy preferences after he nominated Janet Yellen to the post. So here's where we stand right now. S&P at a record again, up 55, up 1.6%. The Dow surging 440 points, up 1.5%. Nasdaq is up 149 points, a gain there of 1.3%. 10-years down 8/30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.88%. We've got gold down 1.8%. $33 lower the ounce at $18.04. Crude surging 4.1%. West Texas Intermediate up 1.8%, $44.83 a barrel. Travel, airline stocks also surging today. Among some of the cruise line stocks that are rallying, we've got Carnival Corp up by 10.4%, Royal Caribbean up 7.4%, Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings up by 7.2%. And among some of the airlines that are seeing movement today, they're all flying higher. We've got UAL up 8.8%, American Airlines up 8.9%, Delta up 5.9%, Southwest up by 3.1%. Former Fed Governor Rick Mishkin says Janet Yellen, President-elect Joe Biden's choice for Treasury Secretary, understands the need for fiscal expansion. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Appreciates the independence of the Federal Reserve, will be strongly supportive of it, and so in that sense, there's no issue at all. Having strong cooperation, it's always been true, by the way, that the Federal Reserve Chair and the Treasury Secretary meet periodically. I think they always had a Brexit. I can't remember.
The S&P 500 index up now by 1.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, so this caught our attention. It's among our most read stories on the Bloomberg. It's a top story on this Tuesday about how Amazon is doling out hiring bonuses as high as $3,000. It's all about making sure it has enough people to get through the busy holiday shopping season. So everyone's happy, right? Not so fast. Let's get more on this story. Our go-to when it comes to all things Amazon, Spencer Soper. He's Bloomberg News technology and e-commerce reporter, follows Amazon really, really closely, and he's back with us on the phone in Seattle. So, Spencer, good to have you here. So what's going on?
So I guess we have an example of just how tricky the job market is right now in terms of employers trying to keep people happy. So yeah, Amazon was is giving out bonuses of up to $3,000 because it's got to make sure it has enough people to meet this explosive demand in online commerce that just keeps growing, and this is going to be a record-busting holiday shopping season. But that's angered existing workers who have been toiling all along, and many of them got vouchers for turkeys, as little as $10. So there's this kind of disparity in how Amazon's taking care of the existing workers who have been working all through the pandemic, and then the new recruits that they just need to get through the holiday shopping season.
Not to be ungrateful, right? And we see this, right, where people get hired and they come in at one salary and then somebody comes in later and they get a better salary. Like this kind of stuff happens, but it does make you wonder about what Amazon is thinking, that they're willing to do this and they know it's going to get out there publicly, right? About the discrepancies, what were the, inside conversations that they had about this before doing it, knowing that there were going to be workers who are like, what? They're getting $3,000 and I got a $15 turkey voucher?
Yeah, well, that's a good point, and we don't even know if there were conversations like that because they're just right now they're just trying to manage through chaos and meet demand. Yeah. And so on these bonuses, they offer bonuses every year, and so they're common. We just haven't seen them quite this high, this $3,000. And so the significance there and the new twist there is that even though a lot of people are out of work, they're still scared of COVID, and so Amazon's having to ratchet up the amount of money it will pay to compel new workers to come in, and then that's angering the workers that are already there.
Well, so how is Amazon Spencer, you know this company. You talk to a lot of people who are willing to go, tell you what's going on behind the scenes. How is Amazon handling workers and making sure that they stay safe amid COVID?
Amazon's been pretty public about that and all of these safety measures. They're going to spend more than $10 billion this year on a variety of things, including, masks and temperature checks at the facilities and COVID tests of employees and stepped up cleaning. But a lot of that cost is also simply lost productivity. And that's where, because of social distancing, these facilities that Amazon has that are already, would be pushing capacity in a normal shopping season, now are just not as productive because they have to space people out. So they're getting less work done in their normal facilities, and so that's putting an extra strain. So not only they have the higher shopping demand on one end, on the other end, each of their facilities is less productive than it would usually be because of the need for social distancing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, whenever I think about Amazon and just the amount of workers, especially as they continue to hire, and I mean, they hire I feel like nobody else out there in terms of the size of people that they continue to bring in to meet demand. I do wonder, in terms of unionization, what progress or, are there more steps likely to make it maybe a possibility here in the U.S.? It already, I think in your story, you point out it happens. It is unionized over in Europe.
Yeah, they've avoided unions in the U.S. There is a new drive that was just launched in Alabama. Interestingly, Alabama is the place where they got $10 turkey coupons. I think that's the lowest that we saw.
Okay.
But so there's a new campaign down there. It's incredibly hard to form a union, and there's a lot of tools that employers can use to prevent unions from happening, up to and including just simply firing people, even though it's supposedly against the law. The penalties are very soft, and so what you can often see happen is if someone agitates for a union, an employer can simply fire them, and then that puts the onus on that worker to fight them, and the only real consequence for the employers is to pay them back wages and rehire them.
So I do wonder, I think they report next in late January, their next earnings report, and I do wonder, Spencer, I'm thinking as an investor, how these increased costs of paying higher bonuses perhaps to get workers in, right? Because Amazon can't meet demand unless they get the workers to show up. As you said, there's concerns about, COVID obviously and social distancing. Will these costs, these higher bonuses, end up showing up? They're going to, right, on the expense line when it comes to reporting. And I do wonder how it impacts the company financially, potentially.
Yeah, it is going to affect them. It is going to put pressure on their profits. They've projected that. They've said as much. And I think that investors are very tolerant as long as Amazon's still showing this strong growth. If Amazon can muscle through this and with marginal profits but still take care of its customers and accommodate all of this growth, that sends a strong message to investors that this company can, it is well run and can function through this pandemic without letting people down. It would be much more significant long term to Amazon to say, you know what, sorry folks, we can't bring this to you. Go shop somewhere else. That would be much more devastating for investors than a high-cost holiday quarter.
Hey, Spencer, just got about 45 seconds here. I mean, what are your expectations? What are you hearing about what the holiday season will be like for Amazon, and will they be able to meet the demand, especially as I keep hearing from everybody? I've already seen it. I'm already doing it. I'm ordering online. I've started earlier than before, and that's how I'm going to shop this holiday season.
Yeah, a lot of that's going to depend on exactly what you said. Are shoppers going to heed the warnings? Are they going to shop early? And a lot of that's going to fall on the pain is going to fall on the consumer as well. If you're a procrastinator and you wait till the last minute, you're going to have to pay plenty to get the stuff on time if you can get it at all.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Hey, Spencer, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Spencer Soper, he is, of course, Bloomberg News technology and e-commerce reporter, writing on all things Amazon. You can check him out as well on Twitter, and you can find him at Spencer Soper. Amazon shares, by the way, up about 69% so far here in 2020. And a quick check on the trade today in an overall higher market. We see Amazon, that stock is up about 0.7% in today's session, so just off its highs of the days. All right, let's get back to world and national news. For that, once again, over to Nancy Lyons in her 99.1 newsroom in the nation's capital. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Well, Joe Biden says America is back, ready to lead the world, not retreat from it. The president-elect announced his national security team today that will be led by his longtime advisor, Tony Blinken, who will serve as Secretary of State.
America, at its best, still has a greater ability than any other country on earth to bring others together to meet the challenges of our time.
Biden also named former Hillary Clinton aide Jake Sullivan as national security advisor. The team also includes Linda Thomas Greenfield, as ambassador to the UN. She would be the highest-ranking black official so far. Well, hopes that a peaceful transition might actually happen has sent the Dow in record territory today, pushing past 30,000 for the first time. President Trump spoke briefly about it.
That's a sacred number, 30,000. Nobody thought they'd ever see it. That's the 9th time since the beginning of 2020, and it's the 48th time that we've broken records during the Trump administration.
Analysts also credit the stock surge to the news that former Fed Chair Janet Yellen has been tapped to serve as the next Treasury Secretary. She is widely expected to support government intervention to bolster the economy. United Parcel Service is preparing to help with vaccine distribution, announcing today it has set up its own dry ice production and will provide portable super cold freezers to its healthcare customers. UPS can make as much as 1,200 pounds of dry ice an hour near its Worldport Air Hub in Louisville, Kentucky. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. So if you're like Charlie Pellet, you're, mega rich U.S. citizen, you've got a super yacht, a Gulfstream jet, and a Manhattan penthouse. There's one thing you also have to have, Charlie Pellet.
And that is a second passport. This story written by our Ben Stupples and Devin Pendleton.
Can I just say, I think this is my favorite story of the day.
It was a fascinating story without a doubt. However, two key questions that
Don't
they did
burst
not,
my bubble,
no,
Pellet.
Two great questions, Carol, that they asked, but they didn't. The story didn't answer, and that was for not of lack of trying. Now, this story here talks about Eric Schmidt, formerly of Google, who has that second passport, and the second passport is for Cyprus. So the question is, why Cyprus? And why is Eric Schmidt doing this? Well, they did get comment from, the spokeswoman for Cyprus's government declined to comment, but our reporters certainly tried to get that there. And then what are the benefits to Eric Schmidt for getting the second passport, specifically with Cyprus? So it perhaps falls into the category of stay tuned, but two big questions that, in my mind, stuck out in this story.
I have to check, because I think Business Week actually did a story specifically on these second passports. Listen, when everybody was upset about, to be fair, the current administration was upset about politically the direction of the country. I think the magazine did a story about people buying into second passports. The benefit of owning a second passport, this story notes, range from potentially lower taxes. You've got more investing freedoms and less hassle traveling. It can be had for as little as $100,000. I love when we say that, perspective. $100,000 is a lot to a lot of people. The so-called citizenship by investment programs haven't historically been as popular with Americans. It mainly has often been people who are in countries with less human rights, less freedoms, and so on and so forth. But we have definitely seen, Charlie, an uptick when it comes to Americans. So don't you already have two passports?
One is enough, right? Perhaps like wives and homes.
Am I telling so? Oh, whoa.
There you go. Anyway, my thoughts on the topic, Carol.
Well said. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Radio.
hits, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Lots of excitement on Wall Street today. The Dow topping 30,000, S&P at a record, Nasdaq pushing higher, Russell 2000, Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, Dow Transports, all at records. Stocks are surging. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks are surging right now on this historic day. Dow's currently up 451 points. S&P's gained 57. Nasdaq climbs by 158. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.88%. Oil is up 4%. Gold falls 1.9%. And transports jumped 300 points. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, all were in the green, led by gains in energy, financials, and the materials. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Chevron, JP Morgan, and Boeing. Modest losses for Amgen, Merck, and Procter & Gamble. After earnings, Dick's Sporting was little change. Best Buy fell 7%. And in other news, you mentioned the transports. FedEx hit a record high. Wrapping things up, some of the names porting after the bell tonight include Autodesk, Dell Technologies, HP Inc., and VMware. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill. We're going to be busy after the bell and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg type squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So this caught our attention, reported for Business Week, and it's about how for people in their 50s and 60s, especially COVID-19 has accelerated big life transitions. I've been hearing about this anecdotally. Let's get into it in this week's edition of the Bloomberg Business Week Small Business Survival Guide. Here with more, Bloomberg News editor Dimitra Casanidi. She's on the phone in New York City, along with Chip Conley, founder of Modern Elder Academy. He joins us on the phone from Mexico. So Dimitra, tell us about why this story caught your attention.
Yeah, this was brought to us by Carol Heimowitz, who's a former business Bloomberg News reporter. And Carol has focused a lot on midlife transitions in careers and in various aspects of life. And this seemed to really combine a lot of what we've been talking about. It is a business. It touches both on the specific one, but also on the hospitality industry. And there are challenges, especially when you're talking about people who are making transitions in a job market that's going to be very challenging for them, and in the midst of a pandemic when maybe travel safety concerns are greater as you get older, depending on your health and all too. So it had a combination of factors that really seemed like something we wanted to know more about. And Chip Conley and Modern Elder Academy are doing something interesting that Carol talked to them about, and we just thought, let's hear more about how they're handling this very, very challenging time, and seems to be doing something that, is encouraging people to go there and travel and really make changes in their lives.
Well, what's interesting, too, and I feel like it picks up on a theme that we certainly find when we talk to entrepreneurs that start companies, it's often the result of something that personally happened to the individual themselves. So, Chip Conley, come on in on this. Tell us about Modern Elder Academy.
Well, I'm honored to be with you. At age 52, I was asked by the founders of Airbnb 8 years ago to join them because they had this little tech startup that didn't have any background in the hospitality or travel business, and that was my background. And I joined them, and I was twice the age of the average employee. And I came to realize quickly they started calling me the modern elder, and I wasn't sure I liked that. Because I never thought of myself as an elder at 52, but elder is a relative term. Long story short is I started talking to my friends in their 40s and 50s about the fact that they felt irrelevant. And they felt more and more irrelevant. They're going to live longer, but how are they going to pay for that extra longevity that we've gotten in this society?
Well, and so tell us a little bit more. Okay, so I think it's really fascinating, and especially I've been having increased conversations about people about how we kind of look at our lifespan and what it means, right? Especially as we find increasingly that we're all going to go through some different changes. So tell us about the people who are coming and the experiences that they're having.
Sure. So we created Modern Elder Academy, also known as MEA, partly because we're living longer. Power seems to be moving younger in a digital society, and the world is changing faster. And of course, during COVID, what that meant is people are actually going through even more transitions. We've been open for 3 years. We've had about 800 alums now from 24 countries at our primary campus here in Baja California, which is an hour north of Cabo San Lucas. People come here because they want to actually try to reimagine and repurpose their life and maybe the second half of their adult life. But during COVID, we had to close down in mid-March because of all the obvious reasons. And we were going to reopen this fall, but midsummer it was very clear with the spikes that were happening that we shouldn't be open. So what we did is we pivoted as a small business, focused on instead what we call sabbatical sessions, which is people coming for extended stays, often a month or longer, and we give some light programming of our basic curriculum, but they're sort of in this open air community because obviously we're in Mexico with great weather, so we don't have to be in classrooms. And long story short is, oh my gosh, we thought we were going to have to go out of business, but instead we're full and people are loving it. So I think if there's a lesson here, being a longtime travel executive, I think that people still want to travel as long as they feel like it's going to be safe. I think that's part of the reason Airbnb is doing so well right now is because people still want to travel, but they want to do it in a safe way. And so we've tried to crack the code on that while also helping them imagine how they repurpose their life.
Yeah, safety. I mean, Airbnb, that's a remarkable one because and I think that they were able to offer that level of safety, travel places where people are able to go in and have little kitchens or where they're controlling a lot of it. How long do you foresee, Chip, this model being something you guys are going to stick with? Is it going to stay in place for a while? I mean, it's working out quite well, and maybe it's not really a short-term thing anymore. Maybe it might stay around for a while.
And just got about 30 and Chip, my apologies, just got about 30 seconds here.
I'll be brief. I think that in the future we will have 2 months of workshops, week-long workshops, and then 2 months of sabbatical time where people can come for longer times. Because I think what we've learned is that people want both. So pivoting was something we had to do in the short term, but it actually may influence our long term.
Listen, what do they say, Chip? You understand disruption, right? You saw it in the hospitality industry with Airbnb, but I mean, out of crisis often comes interesting ways. Chip, stay in touch. We'd love to hear more. Chip Conley, founder of Modern Elder Academy, on the phone from Mexico, and our own Dimitra Kesanides, editor at Bloomberg News, on the phone in New York City. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar right here on Bloomberg Radio. Coming up, we've got the chart of the day with Dave Wilson. What will it be? We'll find out in just a moment. First up, though, Charlie Pellet. What's going on?
What's going on? I'm waiting for the song of the day like everybody else with Dave Wilson coming up. Do want to begin with a headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service developing story. The Stripe funding round could value it at more than $70 billion. Stripe, of course, the payment software company. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq all surging, looking at records right now for both the Dow and the S&P. More importantly, history being made today for the Dow, topping 30,000 for the first time. Investors piling into risk assets as a series of market-friendly developments unleash animal spirits on Wall Street. Maybe that's a clue for the song of the day. We've got the S&P up 57, up now by 1.6%. The Dow surging 450 points, up 1.5%. Nasdaq up 157, up by 1.3%. 10-years down 8/30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.87%. Gold down 1.8%, $18.05 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude rallying 4.2%, up $1.79 a barrel, $44.85 right now on West Texas Intermediate crude. Should point out records as well for the Dow Transports, Russell 2000 as well today. Philadelphia Stock Exchange's Semiconductor Index also up today at a record, up by 0.5%. French President Emmanuel Macron says he will gradually lift a nationwide lockdown from Saturday as he attempts to avoid a resurgence of the coronavirus and damaging fits and starts for his economy. Amish Adalja is senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, and on Bloomberg Radio and Television this morning he was asked which countries get honors for doing the best at controlling the pandemic.
I would say that has to go to Taiwan and South Korea. These countries have been able to do, and they were able to do in March and February what we can't do even in the United States now in November. And they were able to meet cases as they came because they had a robust policy of trying to interdict very early and being very proactive versus reactive, and they sprang into action very early. South Korea and the U.S. had their first cases on the same day, and just look at the difference in the trajectory.
Among some of the drug companies with recent vaccine announcements, shares of AstraZeneca, they're down today by 2%. The ADRs here in the U.S., Pfizer up 0.4%. Moderna is down by 2.5%. Recapping records and history on Wall Street. The Dow above 30,000, up 1.5%. S&P up 58, up 1.6%. Nasdaq at 12,041, up by 1.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Bring on the song of the day. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I will indeed. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Radio. Is it Bruce?
Well, you're in
No.
the ballpark. It's not Bruce, but think about, Jersey Shore, musicians. Certainly from the same era as Bruce.
Yeah. Who's another one of the great New Jersey guys, right?
Really? I mean, think about it. You got Bruce, you got Little Steven, or if you prefer Miami Steve, going back to the 70s, Steve Van Zandt. And then I'm looking for...
Is that Southside Johnny, is it?
Indeed it
Ah,
is.
that's it. Thank you. I just I had to think for a second.
I knew you had
I
it.
didn't
in there
have to
somewhere.
cheat even for that one.
I knew you had it somewhere. It's a song called Coming Back.
Nice. I like it. Perfect.
That sort of explains what the Russell 2000's been doing.
Yeah.
I mean, you heard Charlie Pellet just mention that it's setting a record today, but I'll tell you, this month has really been something to watch. Because if you look at 2020, the story has been it's the larger companies leading the way, the smaller ones being left behind. Heck, you go back to the beginning of September.
Yeah.
And, and on a year-to-date basis, the Russell 2000 index was more than 15 percentage points behind the S&P 500. That's how bad it got. Now, that gap is down to close to nothing.
Wow, that's a big closing. That's a big gap to close, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it really happened this month. Start of November, the gap was 9 points. And just looking at where the Russell and the S&P 500 are now, it's less than 1.5 points. But here's the thing.
What?
As of yesterday, the Russell was up more than 18% for the month of November. Now, it's higher again today. Looking at it now, it's up about 2%. So you figure you're talking 20 now. It's never risen that much in a month, ever.
So what does it mean,
and
Dave?
In the case of the Russell, goes back to 1978. That's when the index was first calculated. Biggest gain ever, February 2000, was about 16.5%. So it just goes to show you how much things have changed this month relative to the rest of the year. I mean, it was all about the S&P 500 and the big tech companies. And now, you know, it's those smaller companies, a lot of them cheaper, you know, that you find in the Russell 2000. In fact, I'm going to be talking about one of them in the next half hour as my stock of the day. Just saying. Bit of a preview there.
Nice forward teasing coming
I
off the
do what I
chart.
can.
But wait, does it make sense to you? Like, I do wonder fundamentally, is it just because we're getting some clarity about the future, right? Those small business companies tend to not have the safety nets and supports that the large caps have had during the pandemic, you know? So does it make sense to you, Dave?
Well, I mean, it does to the extent that, you know, whether you talk about supports or just the financial wherewithal. I mean, larger companies have an easier time, not that they've had it easy, but they have an easier time at the very least going out to investors for more money if they need it, or being able to sustain their business to the extent they can, you know, and we've certainly seen that crop up with the coronavirus, no doubt about it. So the idea that things are going to get back to normal, or it passes for normal at some point, you can understand why people get really excited and want to jump in a hurry, and it's certainly shown up with the smaller companies. If you want to know what I'm talking about, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
You know, it's interesting, Dave, too, as you kind of go among the major equity averages. I mean, the Nasdaq's just kind of off the charts again, up 34%. But we haven't seen, I mean, small caps as a whole, they're up, but not as much. I do wonder how this year will ultimately stack up, you know, against S&P's up about, 12% this year, how it will all stack up against what's been an unbelievable year, if you think about the impact that COVID has had on this economy and the market environment.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to remember the stock market, S&P 500 in particular, viewed as a leading economic indicator. So there's a lot of built-in sort of revival that's reflected in share prices right now. And the economy's got to come through, and, you know, the vaccines have to work and get distributed, and, you know, you have to get the immunity built up. I mean, there are a lot of moving parts here, no question.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, good stuff as always, Dave, and I know you'll be back in a little bit with your stock of the day. All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get back to world and national news. Back on over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President-elect Joe Biden presented his first cabinet picks today, focused on national security. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman has more from Washington.
Biden said they shared his vision of restoring America's world leadership, which was welcomed by the foreign leaders with whom he spoke.
They'll not only repair, they'll also reimagine American foreign policy. And they'll tell me what I need to know, not what I want to know, what I need to know.
Linda Thomas Greenfield, a career diplomat, addressed her role as ambassador to the United Nations.
America is back. Multilateralism is back. Diplomacy is back.
All of the appointees previously served in similar posts. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
The sitting president is issuing pardons today to 2 lucky turkeys raised in Iowa. President Trump spared both from the Thanksgiving table. Their names are Corn and Cobb.
After today's ceremony, these birds will retire under the care of skilled veterinarians at Iowa State University, a tremendous university in Ames.
Trump wished people a happy Thanksgiving. He also ignored a shouted question from a reporter about whether he would pardon himself. The European Union, the United States, and other donors are pledging billions of dollars in new funding for Afghanistan, hoping to salvage years of work aimed at fostering peace and stability in the country. Today's announcement is also intended to encourage peace talks between Taliban rebels and the Afghan government. at a time when Islamic State extremists have increasingly caused havoc and bloodshed. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser, along with Charlie Pellet. What were the name of the turkeys?
Corn and cob. Was that a test? I'm paying attention this time.
It was a test. I remembered cob. I just didn't remember it was corn and cob, corn on the cob. All right, so let's talk about a couple stories in the travel industry. We know this is an industry that's been hurt unlike most during the pandemic. This story, I talked about this actually for our weekend broadcast, about record airline losses from the virus outbreak will continue to mount next year as anticipated vaccination programs take time to revive travel demand. This is coming from the International Air Transport Association, and I know this just breaks your heart, Charlie Pellet.
It absolutely breaks my heart. Here's why. I want to give this, I love this industry, and I want to give this industry money. $157 billion estimates from IATA, that's the lobby group for the industry.
For losses.
For losses. Now, I've got one idea that could maybe help out this industry.
What's that?
What about selling me and selling Americans future travel? Now, 10 cents on the dollar is way too low. 99 cents on the dollar is way too high. But hey, there's a number in between 10 and 99 where we can strike a bargain, and I'd be delighted to give you cash today to travel in the future.
American, Delta, JetBlue, are you listening? Listen, that's actually a great idea, right? It would provide some revenue coming in right now, correct?
Understood. Yeah, absolutely.
And so if they sold a certain percentage of seats, and I guess they would have to figure out, that's actually not a bad idea, Charlie.
And I don't want terms and conditions attached. You can sell me gift cards, whatever you'd like, but you get where I'm going. This two reasonable people can sit in a room and say there's a decent number there.
No terms and conditions. I'm sorry. It's just not going to work.
I want to find out, that I can use it when I want to use it. Not, I'm
Some
sorry, we sold
flexibility.
out all those tickets and, no fares
Think
were
about it,
available that
right?
month.
If somebody came to you and said, for your family, I'm going to give you, 3 overseas tickets, and they're going to cost you $250 each.
I would give them $250 today.
Right. You would do it in a heartbeat. I would too. Absolutely. Good idea from Charlie Pellet. I mean, we know he was smart, but man, this is kind of off the charts. Thanks, Charlie.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Developing story out of Hong Kong plans to abolish its commercial property stamp duty. This according to the South China Morning Post. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all pushing higher. A historic day here. Got to find out where Nasdaq closes. The record there, 12,056. Right now we've got Nasdaq at 12,032. Right to the numbers. I'll give you the story in a moment. Nasdaq right now up 151 points, up 1.3%. Year to date, up 34.1%. S&P up 56, up 1.6%. The Dow's up 451, up 1.5%. More importantly, trading above 30,000, and with 12 minutes to go, looks like it is on track to close above 30,000 for the first time. Right now, the Dow is at 30,044. Records for the Dow Transports and the Russell 2000, also the Philadelphia Semiconductor Stock Index. It too is at a record. 10-year yield 0.87%. Gold is down 1.7% at $18.06 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude surging today, lifting oil stocks. WTI up 4.3%. Did trade above $45 a barrel. Right now, $44.92. Again, recapping, we're looking at records on the S&P up 56, up 1.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
Yeah, how about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
It is time for the drive to the close, and back with us is Hillary Kramer. She's President and Chief Investment Officer at A&G Capital Research, author of Game Changer Investing, How to Profit from Tomorrow's Billion-Dollar Trend. She is on the phone in New York City. Hillary, did you see the Business Week cover last week?
I did, Carol, yes.
I have to tell you, we have quoted you so many times. It's all about Chewy, the cover story. And anybody who's been walking around their neighborhoods during the pandemic has seen lots of Chewy boxes on the curb, because we know that these are essential items to make sure our pets have everything that they need. I mean, you have talked about Chewy for a long, long time. What's your investment thesis still on the company?
Going forward, of course, we have a much fuller valuation, hovering in the $70 range, of course, versus, let's say, the first 3 times I spoke about the stock on Bloomberg when it was in the low 20s, starting in June 2019 into September 2019, November 2019. And I do want to thank you, Bloomberg, your analysts, all of you who have listened to me have given me the opportunity to explain my thesis and why a company like Chewy could give someone a 300% return, and indeed it did. And that's why all these investors today have to be so careful, because everyone's jumping in head first, and they don't realize that when they're buying companies like Trade Desk, they don't realize that, this was a company that had 1/10 of the stock price, a year ago.
Right.
And they don't realize. And so my thesis on Chewy is thrilled to see it. I do think that Chewy could go to $100 a share. I have always maintained that there was this backstop, which is that Amazon would probably love to make an acquisition of Chewy. It makes all the sense in the world. Two-thirds of Americans own pets. We have had this whole humanization of pets. Chewy has a customer service. Now, of course, luck is always important. They say I'd rather be lucky than good, and I did have some luck there in the sad sense that, of course, we have had a pandemic, and that dogs and our animals have become more important than ever. But even still, we would have seen a company like Chewy.com rise precipitously, because it was very simple, and where the differentiation came, and I love that Bloomberg article on Chewy. The whole point is that, yes, Amazon is the 800-pound gorilla, but there are certain products that people do not use Amazon for, and Amazon's amazing growth, so much of it comes from the Amazon Web Services. It's not because they're selling everyone, their Milk-Bone dog biscuits. It's because you have all of these
software companies, like the Zscalers, which, are doing so well, that are using Amazon Web Services, because none of these companies want to put their software onto their actual, they don't want to download it. They want everything to be cloud-based.
Right.
And which reminds me, usually I only speak positively, but if you take a look at HP Enterprises, there's a reason why that stock, trades around $10 a share. It's because no one is buying software. Everything is this annuity-based model now, which is, you pay by the month, and you access all of the software, including cybersecurity software, offline.
Isn't it, on a day when we're expecting earnings from HP, the old HP, that was the company everyone thought, okay, that's the old one, that's the boring one, we're not excited. HPE is what we're all excited about. HP is actually up on the year, not so for HPE.
Right, and that's as simple as that, because we have seen such a dramatic change in the way that businesses utilize software, download, what they've used in terms of, that whole kind of cloud-based lifestyle that we have now. And it doesn't matter if it's human resources stocks, as I just said, cybersecurity stocks, or, every kind of integration, Salesforce.
Right.
That's the way we go.
All right. So Hillary Kramer, what's the next Chewy in your view?
I have boring Chewies, but it'll make you money. We go everywhere looking for stocks, and anyone who really wants to try to make money out there, you got to go for some of these smaller insurance companies. We love Safety Insurance, SAFT, a 4.9% dividend yield. It's a small cap, a $1.1 billion market cap here, 84% institutional ownership, and it's every kind of insurance. It's whether it's umbrella insurance, title, homeowners, this is the direction where you're going to get a cheap stock. Our other one that we love is Old Republic, ORI. That, in particular, specializes, amongst other some funky insurances, specializes in title insurance. So ORI, the book value is $18, and the stock of ORI, Old Republic Insurance, is at $21, and you have a 4.6% dividend yield. And so get the title insurance, get the aerospace insurance, and that is where the money will be made, because look, this word software, okay, I have to say, Carol, remember Groucho Marx, and you had that show, and everyone looked for the word. What was that word? If you said the word, a toy duck would, come down that looked like Groucho, and anything today that you say the word software, cloud-based software, that's what it is. It just gets bought up. And of course, I do have a growth portfolio, and I have investors that want to see growth names. And so what do? You hold your nose, and you do what you can, and I just try to take them out as quick as I can once we get those, once we make the number and we get some return. But these are nosebleed stocks right now. They really are. Yeah. And that's why we're seeing a rotation. Let's say, the Dow, what an amazing day on the Dow, but you also have to look and realize Dow, the Dow has Boeing in it these days, right? So Boeing had finally went back over $200 a share this month. You have Apple in there, and Microsoft, and JP Morgan, and Goldman Sachs. So everything is changing as we know it. But we all have to realize that these are very precarious times we're in. Everyone needs to be careful. I have rose-colored glasses, Carol. I'm like bull, buy. That's always how I am. But now I want to say we all have to be careful and just wait until we see what kind of changes we're going to have in income tax.
All right.
What kind of selling we'll have.
Got it. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And we all know when it comes to something like a vaccine, it's still going to take a little while to get to the other side of this. Hillary Kramer, thank you so much. President and Chief Investment Officer at A&G Capital Research, joining us on the phone in New York City. Stick around. We've got the closing bell in just about 3.5 minutes' time.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
We on Wall Street from Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. There you have it. Sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange. As we wrap up trading on this Tuesday, November 24th. Folks from Macy's, by the way, virtually ringing that closing bell. The Dow at a record first close ever above 30,045, surging 454 points today, up 1.5%. S&P also advancing to a record closing near session highs, up 57 points, a gain there of 1.6%. Nasdaq close to a record, no record today, up 156 points, up 1.3%. Nasdaq at 12,036, the record for Nasdaq 12,056. But also have to point out records for the Russell 2000, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange Semiconductor Index also at a record. Dow Transports also surging to a record. The 10-year down 8/30 seconds, 10-year yield 0.87%. Gold down 1.7%, falling $31 the ounce. To be clear, gold down today. Up day for the rest of the market at 1806 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude up 4.2%. 44.85 did trade above $45 a barrel today on West Texas Intermediate crude, and that helped lift oil stocks today. So, stock surge, the Dow topping 30,000. Hillary Kramer is President and Chief Investment Officer at A&G Capital. A moments ago, right here on Bloomberg Business Week, she told our Carol Masser that it is also time for a little caution.
We all have to realize that these are very precarious times we're in. Everyone needs to be careful. I have rose-colored glasses, Carol. You know, I'm like bull, buy. That's always how I am. But now I want to say we all have to be careful.
Travel stock surged today among some of the travel names that rallied. Carnival Corp up today by 11.3%. Rival Royal Caribbean up 7.7%. And shares of Norwegian Cruise Lines Holdings also pushing higher as well today. Again, recapping, stocks at a record, Dow above 30,000. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Whoa, yeah, what I say.
Nobody move a muscle.
Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and shakers.
Damn, Stiffy, you got some moves.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. Yeah, wrapping up the second trading day of this shortened holiday week. I'm Carol Masser, right here on Bloomberg Radio. Joining me is Bloomberg News Global macro strategist Vince Signorella. He's on the phone from White Plains. And Vince, let me just give a little bit of the big picture. Seeing Charlie breaking down those closing equity averages. Listen, check out the S&P. Pretty broad-based rally. 406 names in the S&P. Higher today, 97 lower, 3 unchanged. And if I bring up those major industry groups in the S&P 500. Let me just do the little dance right here on my Bloomberg, bring up the daily numbers. There's 11 major industry groups. All right, so 10 of them were higher on the day. Energy up at the top, up 5.2%. Bottom of the pack, real estate, call it unchanged on the day. Vince Signorella, Dow, 30,000. Who'd have thunk a few years ago?
Not me.
I know, right? So what's up?
I tell you, well, you know, the markets, to me, and, you know, we've talked about this, you just can't stand in the way of this, as much as I think it's a bit of a fraud. You know, at the same time, like I said a couple of days ago, I wouldn't be a buyer here, but certainly you sell this and get in front of it, and you're going to get run over, clearly. Just ask anyone who shorted Tesla.
Right, right.
But the markets are trading with perfection, or I should say they're pricing in perfection. They're pricing in a virus that's going to hit markets sometime in, you know, early spring and solve all of our problems. They're pricing in a stimulus package, which yet may happen, but yet the size of it is, you know, totally up in the air.
Right.
Potentially, you know, pricing in with Janet Yellen as the treasurer that she's going to push forward these big stimulus plans, which, if we still get a Republican Senate, are difficult, if not impossible, to get through. So I pricing in just a great deal of good news that still has yet to be determined. So it makes me a little uncomfortable to join in on this, especially when I don't know what the virus picture in the United States is going to look like in 3 weeks. So, and the biggest key I would give to people on that is, like, when people are looking at me or listening to me right now going, what an idiot, he's missed this big move. I didn't miss it all. But I will point out
Good for you.
I always look. I always look at the fixed income guys as being way smarter than most of the rest of the market, and they're not on board yet. The
Well,
bond
there's
market's
certainly
trading sideways.
Right. They're certainly more moderate, right? They're not, let's all, not everybody in the pool kind of thing. But what's interesting too, Vince, is like I like the technicals, whether you like it or not, but I look at things like MACD and RSI. I mean, we are definitely an overbought market. And when we see that, we tend to see these averages back off. But having said that, Vince, it tends to be rather orderly, where we get a pullback, everybody calms down a little bit, valuations make more sense, and then people are like, all right, we're going to eventually get out of this, so let's start buying again.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. The longer term for this economy and for markets in general, by one would hope the second half of 2021, unless the virus is a complete dud, is for a really good year. I just question the market's intelligence for getting long at levels such as this, when we still have really no idea what the next 6 months are going to bring. I don't know how to price that in. If the models want to price it in, bless them. But when I look at technicals, I see major resistance in the S&P at just around 36, 45, 50, and it's going to be a pretty difficult hurdle to get through, especially first-time tries. So I'm going to take, if I were an investor, especially coming into the holiday, and I'm not telling anybody how to trade, if you were riding this and you had a big run, certainly taking some off the table is not a dumb thing to do.
Right. Certainly if anybody who is in the market right now, and I'm just talking, plain Jane stocks, you certainly are going to be pretty happy at this point in the game. Having said that, what do you guys, what is it that traders are talking about right now, especially as we finally seem to have the transition officially, getting the go-ahead, even though President Trump has not conceded the election. But I am curious what's kind of top of mind for the folks that you talk to, Vince.
Well, you just hit it nail on the head. I mean, markets hate and despise uncertainty. And what Biden seems to be doing, number one, that he now has a transition team moving forward was the big news of the morning. We woke up to that, and that gave the markets a great deal of energy. The other thing, he's picking names that are tried and true with markets that people either know or know by reputation. It's sort of like, we're getting the old band back together. And markets take comfort in that we had 4 years of uncertainty.
Right.
Any tweet at any moment could shake things loose. To someone who is going to be very orderly, is going to measure his statements, bring the United States back into the global framework.
Right.
Good, bad, or indifferent, however you believe on that. But we're going to go back to the way things were, most likely in the Obama administration, and markets know that. We know what that is. We don't know what things are now.
We know how that plays out. All right, Vince Signorella, I don't know if I'm going to talk to you tomorrow, but if I don't, have a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you.
And you too, be safe.
All right, you too. Bloomberg News global macro strategist Vince Signorella. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for a price on Wilson.
Open up the doors, Dave! Who? Dave! Hey, Mr. Wilson!
Dave Wilson is with us, and I do want to mention HPQ is out. Stock is rallying in the after hours. What's the stock of the day, though, Dave?
U.S. Steel. The company's been around since 1901. Talk about longevity. It's got that single-letter ticker, X. Now, the shares plummeted in 2008 after soaring more than 20-fold in 5 years. They never recovered from that plunge, and this past March, they reached the lowest price since at least 1991. What's more, data compiled by Bloomberg shows U.S. Steel went without a single buy rating from analysts since January. That changed today as the independent firm GLJ Research moved to buy from hold. GLJ founder Gordon Johnson made the call. He wrote in a note that U.S. Steel has, quote, big upside based on industry supply shortages and global price increases, among other things. Johnson's call led U.S. Steel to its biggest gain since March 2016. Wow. The shares rose more than 23%. By the way, GLJ also upgraded steel and iron ore maker Cleveland Cliffs to buy from hold, and that stock rose 9.3%.
And that certainly speaks to a much more bullish outlook. Dave Wilson, thank you so much. And by the way, have a great Thanksgiving, a safe Thanksgiving, because I know you're not going to be with us tomorrow.
Thank you. You do the same.
All right, good stuff. Dave Wilson, as always. Let's get another check on world and national news. This time we're headed to Ed Baxter in San Francisco. Hello there, Ed.
Hello, Carol. The message is very clear from Joe Biden. The United States is back to lead the world.
In introducing his first slate of cabinet today, Vice President-elect Joe Biden pledged to the ideals of globalism, multinationalism, diversity, facts, experience, and fresh thinking, and climate.
In calls from world leaders that I've had, about 18 of them or 20 so far, I'm not sure the exact number, I've been struck by how much they're looking forward to the United States reasserting its historic role as a global leader.
And that theme echoed through all the remarks. Climate change, John Kerry.
No country alone can solve this challenge.
And he said he'll have a seat at every table around the globe. UN Ambassador nominee Linda Thomas-Greenfield spoke of the restoration of diplomacy. And Secretary of State Tony Blinken.
We can't solve all of the world's problems alone. We need to be working with other countries. We need their cooperation.
Hispanic, his secretary, HHS Secretary nominee Alejandro Mayorkas, Director of National Intelligence, a first woman, Avril Haines. President Trump today pardoned the Thanksgiving turkey and took credit for market success. New York City, serious about incoming visitors and breaking the quarantine. Sheriff Joe Fucito saying buses will be met and checkpoints for cars with out-of-state licenses.
In cases of violation, deputies could serve you with a civil summons that carries a $1,000 fine.
Yeah, Sheriff Fucito and both the mayor and governor keep saying this Thanksgiving, keep it safe within the household so that everybody can be around the family table next year to celebrate. Global news 24 hours a day in San Francisco. I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg.
All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Radio. I'm Carol Masser. Joining me is Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie, I do just want to remind to everybody that HPQ earnings just came out, and the stock is really rallying in the after hours. It's up about 9%, so we're definitely seeing that stock take off. Talking about, looks like it's raising its outlook, I think, for the first quarter, adjusted EPS 64 to 70 cents versus 54 cents. So we're going to dig into that. It's also boosting its quarterly dividend to 19.38 cents a share from 17.62. So that is above the estimate of what analysts were forecasting. They were looking for about 18.5 cents. So that explains why that stock is off like a rocket. Speaking of stocks off like a rocket.
And you mean that in two ways, because of Elon Musk and also what the stock has done so far this year.
It's pretty remarkable. We have a plethora of stories on Elon Musk and Tesla today. First of all, market cap now above $500 billion, $526.4 billion to be exact. It has made Elon Musk very, very wealthy, overtaking Bill Gates to grab the world's second richest ranking.
Unbelievable. And this is a stock really that has a lot of naysayers out there, and this is a stock that just kept on going today. Obviously making a lot of news. I know we had Dave Wilson on earlier in the day talking about Tesla and the inclusion in the S&P 500 index down the road, but since then the stock has been on a tear, up today by another 6.4%, record there 555.38 on shares of Tesla today. And in the year-to-date column, I always like looking at that YTD column on the Bloomberg.
I do too.
Up 563.8% on Tesla. You know, it always amazes me. If I had come to you with absolute certainty with a crystal ball that was infallible a year ago and said, pour into Tesla, you will be rewarded, you probably wouldn't have believed me.
Well,
but
I don't know. Like, it's one of those names, right, that either people are like all in on Tesla or not. And let's go back a year or two, right? And it felt like the SEC was looking at them and a lot of questions. But nonetheless, man, it is definitely one of the standout stock and stories this year. Thanks, Charlie.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Lots of after-the-bell earnings news. Let's begin with Gap. Third quarter total comp sales up 5%. Estimates were for a drop of 2.4%. Third quarter EPS 25 cents. Estimates there 31 cents. Third quarter gross margin 40.6%. Estimates there 37.8%. Bottom line, Gap shares, they're falling down now by 3%. Hewlett-Packard HPQ, that's HP Inc., it reported quarterly revenue that topped Wall Street estimates, lifted by computer upgrades, customer upgrades of PCs and printers for remote work and school during the pandemic. Shares are gaining in extended trading. HPQ up now by 8%. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq all rallied today. Records for both the Dow, the S&P, Dow Transports, Russell 2000, S&P up 57, a gain of 1.6% at 3635, up 1.6%. The Dow closing above 30,000 for the first time ever. 30,046 on the Dow, up 1.5%. Nasdaq up 156, a gain of 1.3%. 10-year yield 0.87%. Gold down 1.7%, 18.06 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 4.2%. 44.88 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, appreciate that so much. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We did get some big tech earnings today. We're talking about Hewlett-Packard. This stock, man, is rallying big time in the after hours. Let's break it down with Anand Srinivasan. He is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Semiconductor and Hardware Analyst. He is with us on the phone from New Jersey. Anand, so let's what's going on here? Is this all about the dividend boost, or is it just a really good quarter and good forecast?
I think the printing business, which is, remember, hey, Carol, good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi. So the printing business is doing much better than expected. I think what surprised us and consensus is they printed $4.8 billion in printing, which is much higher margin business for them than the PC group. The PC business was a little lighter than we had expected. We had already factored in the strong bounce in work from home, learn from home, and there could have been some issues with some component supplies here is what we're thinking. But PCs were 10.4 billion. We were expecting more like 11.2. Consensus was 10.5. So they missed a little bit on that front. Yeah. But the printing business was a positive contributor to top line and bottom line, and the continuance of that is key, and the prognosis for 1Q is pretty strong as well, Carol.
I could tell you that the printing business is a good one. I just come to my home right now, working from home, because my family is so mad at me because I have got the printer going, nonstop. So much for everything, off of computers. You just get to a point, where I'm tired of looking at a screen. I want to look at hard copies. But more broadly, what is going on globally when it comes to printing?
So one of the things in printing is that you're facing a secular decline from the number of pages being printed, both in the corporation and at home. Obviously, the pandemic has put a little bit of a stop to that on the consumer side, but on the corporation side, it's taken page volumes down pretty substantially. The other part of it is HP is very strong in the consumer and sort of the mid-tier SMB sort of office printers, the printers at the end of your aisle of workstations, if you may.
Right.
But they don't have as much market share in the huge printers that are down the hall in their own copy rooms, if you may. And they're trying to get into that market. That's a very lucrative market. So, and where they have, contracts not only for the device, but also for a long-term supply of toner and maintenance for that. So, they're trying to get into that market. They made some acquisitions from the Samsung print business for technology and the consumer business. But near term, they have to figure out how to sort of arrest the declines in that business. Do I sell the printers at more of a discount and lock in a long-term supply contract? Do I reduce the prices of the supply contract and raise the prices of the printers? That's a very tenuous balance, if you may, to put together that bento box of printers and supplies.
Yeah.
And that's where there's a lot of money, both in revenues but more importantly from a margin standpoint. The PC business is interesting. We think that the PC sort of upturn is here to stay.
Yeah.
The first half of the 2021 period will see more PCs being sold We think that there's a realization that one PC per household, particularly an old one, is not good enough anymore. We need to have a beefier PC. We need to have more PCs per number of people in the household. And then second half of 21, maybe as employees come back to the workplace, there's some pent-up demand on the PC side as well. So those two things put together, we think 2021 could be a decent year for HPQ. But they have to watch the printer franchise. That's where their bread is buttered, particularly on the margin front.
So, in terms of boosting the dividend, smart use of cash right now, would investors have been, disappointed big time if we hadn't seen that? How does that kind of fit into the story and how they're using their cash right now, Anand?
Yeah, so from a capital return standpoint, this is not a story where you're going to see dramatic either acquisitions. Remember, they had that failed Xerox overture, and I think return of capital, buying back stock, cost cuts, and those are the sort of capital structure options that are left to them. So, you have an option here between potential buyback of stock and dividend. And I think given where the stock run has had, so this is a balanced view. And, we like the fact that there is a consistent dividend paying approach here. And the fact that it's increasing is, I think, investors will like it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I've got a really important question. What kind of pie do you like on Thanksgiving, Anand?
I am a pecan pie kind of guy.
This is why I love you. I'm a pecan pie kind of person.
Yes. Unfortunately, I think pumpkin's going to be on the table this time. So pumpkin is my second favorite pie. So, okay, I'll make do with only 2 slices this time.
Only 2 slices. I know. I just kind of take over the pecan pie. It's mine. I have it Thanksgiving night. It's my breakfast Friday morning. I just take it over.
Nothing wrong with that.
Totally. Stay safe. Have a good holiday and the best to your family. Anand, thank you so much. Anand Srinivasan. He's our senior semiconductor and hardware analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us on the phone from New Jersey. And just another quick peek on shares of HPQ, because they are definitely rallying in the after hours. This will certainly be one of the stock and company stories we'll continue talking about in tomorrow's trade. Stock right now up about 5.5% here in the after hours. It's up equally about 6% so far in 2020. Now, for those of you listening in New York and San Francisco, watching on YouTube as well, Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to continue. But if you're listening on Bloomberg 99.1 in DC, Sound On with Kevin Cirilli is coming up next. And coming up next, one of my favorite guests. We're talking about Jeannie Zaino of Iona College. Stick around. We're talking the Biden transition. This is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Massar. I cannot wait to get back to Jeannie Zaino. She is back with us. I thought we wouldn't be talking to her post-election, but we are, so I'm so glad. So we're going to check in with her. She's, of course, Iona College professor of political science. She's also Bloomberg News political contributor, so we'll see what she has to say about the transition and the upcoming Biden cabinet. So we'll get to that in just a sec. Hey, let's get it back to, though, Charlie Pellet, some news after the closing bell.
Indeed, lots going on, and that's what we do here at Bloomberg. We cover it all. Let's begin with a big mover after hours, and that is HP Inc. It reported quarterly revenue that topped Wall Street estimates, lifted by customer upgrades of PCs and printers for remote work and school during the pandemic. Shares are trading higher, up now by about 5.5%. Anand Srinivasan is a senior semiconductor analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He was our guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
So the printing business is doing much better than expected. I think what surprised us and consensus is they printed $4.8 billion in printing, which is much higher margin business for them than the PC group. The PC business was a little lighter than we had expected. We had already factored in the strong bounce in work from home, learn from home, and there could have been some issues with some component supplies here is what we're thinking.
And again, Hewlett-Packard Inc., ticker HPQ, down by roughly 5% after hours. We also heard from Dell Technologies. It reported quarterly revenue that topped analyst estimates, shares up by 1.5%. Autodesk, after earnings, beat estimates, shares up now by 0.9%. And Gap moving lower. It reported third quarter sales that exceeded estimates. E-commerce jumped, but weakness persisted at its namesake and Banana Republic brands. Shares down now by roughly 8.5% after hours. The Dow topped 30,000 for the first time. Investors piled into risk assets as a series of market-friendly developments unleashed animal spirits on Wall Street. Looking ahead to the new year, what to expect? Laura Kane is head of America's investment themes at UBS Financial Services.
We've been calling 2021 a year of renewal for two reasons. One, we're going to be recovering from this pandemic, but secondarily, we've seen a number of transformative trends set in motion by this pandemic. And among those, I would highlight digitalization trends and also the shift toward a more sustainable economy.
And again, records on Wall Street today with the S&P up 57, up 1.6%. The Dow at 30,046, up 454, up 1.5%. Nasdaq higher by 1.3%, up at 12,036. 10-year yield 0.88%. Gold down 1.7%, 18.06 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude surged 3.9%, 44.72 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So President-elect Joe Biden and his team, they actually held a press conference earlier today, and they are certainly, President Biden, I should say, laying out his cabinet. So we're getting an idea of what a Biden administration will look like. They're also increasingly moving forward on that transition and making sure they are in a good position, if you will, to deal with certainly some of our big issues right now, first and foremost, COVID. So let's get into it and continue this post-campaign conversation. Back with us is Bloomberg News political contributor, Iona College professor of political science, Jeannie Zaino. She's with us once again from New Rochelle, New York. I was so afraid that the election would be over and then we wouldn't get to talk to you anymore.
I'm so glad to talk to you, Carol. I missed you, and of course, this election just continues.
Well, it does. So what's important about the developments? I feel like today was a big day. Interestingly enough, Joe Biden and his, he laid out his cabinet and some of the key positions. We also had President Trump come out in a very, very short press conference. So tell me about kind of how you're viewing it all.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, most importantly, we got the go-ahead from the GSA for the transition to go forward. That's critically important to all of us as Americans. And as you've been talking about, we saw the stock market respond to that, as well as the naming of Janet Yellen in particular to Treasury Secretary. So, those developments, I think in terms of Biden's cabinet picks, I think it's a really fascinating array. It's a diverse, so far the people we've seen have been diverse. They are all, people with deep experience
So I think we're seeing a respect for expertise, which some people have been longing for in the last several years. I think we're seeing a focus on not just diversity, but internationalism. These are people who want to, we heard Joe Biden say this in the press conference you mentioned, that, sort of this international idea, internationalism is back. Allies matter. We can't go it alone. And I think one of the, I think the most, sort of stunning thing to me was to see somebody like John Kerry up there.
Yeah.
Quite unexpected. Yeah.
Right.
So, so much of that diversity, internationalism, experience, and, there's been a little bit of consternation in Democratic circles. Is this too Obama-focused in terms of the picks so far?
Well, is it, Jeannie, is it Obama 2.0 or Obama 3.0, like a third Obama administration?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think we're going to I would say, take a wait-and-see attitude, but Politico had a great piece out yesterday, I think it was, and there is, some consternation in Democratic circles that, very much in the way that in Obama's first administration, Hillary Clinton seemed to rule the roost in terms of the picks that happened early on. In Biden's administration, we're seeing a lot of focus on, Obama folks that are coming into the fold. I don't know if this is going to continue, but I think if it does, we may see a division between Democrats in terms of the progressive left and some of the more moderates.
Well, that's a really great point, too. Like, what is the role of the progressives? And to be fair, a party isn't just one thing, right? And if anything, we've seen over the last couple of years that a party like the Democratic Party wants to be more than one thing. So will the progressives have a say in this administration?
Yeah, I think it's really important that you see people like Elizabeth Warren supporting the picks, in particular Janet Yellen and also Bernie Sanders. But, we've also seen signs from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and others that they are really taking a wait-and-see attitude on this. They feel that they have been taken for granted in the past, that they have helped, a Democrat get into office, a moderate, and then they have not been given their due in terms of policy. So I think some of this we're going to have to wait and see. But it's going to be a challenge for somebody, I think, more so than Joe Biden, but a Nancy Pelosi, if she is elected speaker again, to hold the coalition together.
Hey, Gina, just got about 40 seconds, and then we'll come back and do some more. But if the progressives aren't represented as much in this administration, is it because the American public isn't still so on board with the progressives? How do you see it?
I do think it's that. I think it's a reflection of Joe Biden. One thing I didn't mention, all of these picks are Biden loyalists. As much as they were from the Obama administration, they're Biden loyalists. And he is not an incredibly progressive guy. He's a progressive in some senses, but he's also a moderate guy. He's been in Washington. He knows with a Senate this divided, regardless of Georgia, this divided, you're going to have to compromise to get things done. And I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, exactly. And I also want to get your thoughts on Kamala Harris, what her role is in all of this, because everyone has said she definitely is making her mark on this, but I'm curious what you have to see. We're going to come back with Jeannie Zaino. She's Bloomberg News political contributor, Iona College professor of political science. Really just love talking to her about politics this campaign and now post-campaign stories. So we'll get back in just a moment. In the meantime, let's get back to Ed Baxter. He's in San Francisco with World and National News. Hey, Ed.
You're right. Nobody better than Jeannie. Hi, Carol.
Hi.
America is back, the theme of the Joe Biden introductions today of key cabinet nominees.
Experience and leadership, fresh thinking and perspective, and an unrelenting belief in the promise of America. I've long said that America leads not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example.
Globalism, multinationalism, diversity, facts, experience, fresh thinking, climate. And with the U.S. and the globe watching, the message clear from Linda Thomas Greenfield, ambassador to the UN.
I want to say to you, America is back. Multilateralism is back. Diplomacy is back.
And on the issue of immigration, Mr. Biden has nominated Alejandro Mayorkas for that job.
The Department of Homeland Security has a noble mission to help keep us safe and to advance our proud history as a country of welcome.
That for the first time ever, the department will be led by an immigrant, a Latino, who knows that we are a nation of laws and values.
And on climate change, John Kerry saying he'll have a seat at every table in the world. Pennsylvania and Nevada, by the way, have joined the list of states officially certifying the Biden win in their states. President Trump has pardoned the turkey and taken credit for bringing out COVID-19 vaccine, which brings up an interesting poll. Nearly a quarter of New Yorkers say they are unlikely to take it. About a third each say they would and probably would take it, 1/3 each. Wow. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Ed Baxter, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Did we figure out your price for taking the vaccine? Did we figure that out, Charlie Ballett?
I'd volunteer and I would pay for somebody else to get the vaccine. Without a doubt, put me at the front of the line.
Deal. I agree. All right, so let's talk about this story. Mark Bergen, love his reporting out on the Bloomberg. YouTube suspending OAN, right? OAN, forgive me, I didn't say it right. And this has been, we're talking about One American News Network. I know Business Week did a story on it, kind of getting into who it was and what it was all about. But anyway, YouTube is banning them for breaking rules about COVID-19 claims, shuttering the right-wing cable outlet on the world's largest video site for a week. So 1 week shutdown, Charlie.
Exactly. And what's interesting here is it's almost like baseball or football or soccer, depending on what you want to call it. But they got a strike, and after a channel gets 3 strikes, you're out, according to YouTube. You get terminated altogether. YouTube, of course, part of Alphabet's Google. It is also suspending ads from the network for violating other unspecified policies. And what's interesting, though, so many layers to this story, is that OAN, One American News, is a favorite of President Trump, and its online audience was up this month. You've seen some Trump allies turn against Fox News.
Well, check it out, because there's been, talks and speculation about whether or not he goes to that network, because all of a sudden it's become a favorite after he kind of turned his back to some extent on Fox. We're talking about the president. As I said, I'm going to put this out on Twitter, a great story in Business Week magazine that talked about it. What's interesting is YouTube, and you said this strike, Charlie, against OAN, and apparently I guess there was some content claiming there's a guaranteed cure about COVID-19, and YouTube has a COVID-19 misinformation policy. And listen, we've increasingly seen social media step up when it comes to COVID-19 to make sure that there isn't misinformation going out about this, because listen, to be fair, it's a life or death